virtual platform, our special delegate.
Recording in progress.
Hello, I can't hear anything this side. I don't know if the chairperson is muted.
Any sabotage? Who's sabotaging our chair?
Thank you very much. Honorable members, once again, I take this opportunity and welcome you into the sitting. And I would also like to take this opportunity and remind the delegates that the rules in particular, sub-rule 21, 22, and 23 for the rule 103 shall apply in this virtual sitting. I have been informed, though, that there will be no notices of motions or motions without notice, except for the motion on the order paper. I now call upon our Honorable Chief Whip to read the motion on the order paper. Over to you, Chief Whip. Chief Whip, we can't hear you. The volume, so put on your volume.
Am I fine?
Yes, we are now audible. You may proceed, Honorable Chief Whip.
Thank you, Chairperson. The motion reads as follows, that the Council resolves that the Rule 218(1), which provides inter alia that the consideration of a bill may not commence before at least 3 working days have lapsed since the committee's report was tabled, be suspended for the purpose of consideration of Appropriation Bill number B4 of 2026. I so move, Honorable Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chief Whip. We shall now proceed to the voting on the motion, and I shall put the question, and the question is that the motion be agreed to. But before we proceed to voting, may I afford provinces an opportunity to make their declaration of votes in terms of rule number 86, if they so wish. I will start with the province of Western Cape.
Good morning, Chair. There's no declaration from the Western Cape.
Thank you very much, Honorable Badenhorst. Northwest.
Good morning, Chairperson. No declaration from Northwest.
Thank you so much, Honorable Stolle. Northern Cape.
Good morning, Chair. Northern Cape has no declaration to put forward. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks to our veteran Mpumalanga province.
Thank you, Chairperson. In Mpumalanga, there's no declaration. Thank you.
Thanks, our veteran, the province of Limpopo.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. The province of Limpopo, we don't have any declaration. Thank you.
Thank you. The province of KwaZulu-Natal.
Chairperson.
Yes,
the
Honorable.
province of KwaZulu-Natal votes in support.
Thank you so much, Honorable Billy. The province of Gauteng.
Thank you, Chairperson and honorable members. Gauteng doesn't have a declaration.
Thank you, Honorable Mananiso. The province of Free State.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. The Free State has no declaration. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Khatebe. Eastern Cape.
Chairperson and honorable members, good morning. The Eastern Cape Province of Legends has nothing to declare. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I now call upon the provinces to cast their votes. When called upon, the heads of delegations will indicate as to whether they are voting in favor or against or they abstain. I'll start with the province of Eastern Cape.
The province of the Eastern Cape Chair and honorable members is voting the support of the motion. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The province of Free State.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. The province of the Free State, the home of Khodumodumo, votes in favor.
Thank you so much. The province of Gauteng.
Thank you, Chairperson. Gauteng votes in favor.
Thank you so much. The province of KwaZulu-Natal.
Thank you, Chairperson. The province of KwaZulu-Natal votes in support.
Thank you so much. The province of Limpopo.
Thank you, Chairperson. The province of Limpopo vote in favor. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The province of Mpumalanga.
Thank you, Chairperson. Mpumalanga vote in favor.
Thank you so much. The province of Northern Cape.
Thank you very much, Chair. The Northern Cape votes in favor. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. Northwest Province.
Thank you very much, Chair. We vote in favor.
Thank you so much. The province of Western Cape.
Thank you, Chair. The Western Cape will support.
Thank you so much, Badenhorst. Accordingly, all the provinces have cast their votes and the voting has closed. And all the provinces have voted unanimously in favor of the motion that was tabled by the Chief Whip, and I therefore declare the motion agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. Honorable delegates, before we proceed to voting on the appropriation bill, I wish to remind you of the following: that delegates will vote on the votes and schedules first before proceeding to the voting on the appropriation bill. There are two schedules to the bill, Schedule 1 and Schedule 2. Now, all the declarations made may include both schedules. I have a list of names of delegates who will make declaration of votes on behalf of their parties. Now, all delegates, including the special delegates present, are entitled to vote. The SALGA representatives are not entitled to vote. I want to repeat this. Only special delegates and permanent delegates. So in this instance, the composition of each province is 10. So there cannot be more than 10 votes per province unless it's either 10 or less than 10, depending on the members who are delegated to come and partake in this appropriation bill. SALGA representatives are not entitled to vote. Where there is no call for a division, a vote shall be carried and we shall proceed to the next vote. Where a party wishes to object to a vote, that objection shall be noted and there will be no need for a division. If there's a delegate who wishes to call for a division, the delegates must draw that to the attention of the chairperson to that fact in terms of Rule 80 sub-Rule 3. A call for a division must be supported by at least 4 delegates. Now, in accordance with the Rule 81, when the division has been called, delegates who are outside the virtual chamber shall be given, in respect of the first vote, 3 minutes to join the House and 30 seconds to in respect of the votes thereafter. No delegate shall be allowed to enter the virtual chamber whilst voting is in progress. Once the question is put, delegates who wish to cast their votes must do so by using the raise hand button. Delegates must keep their hands raised until the voting is closed. The host shall then lower all hands after every vote has been cast, and the secretary shall tally the votes. Now, if the delegates are disconnected from the visual platform whilst voting takes place, the vote of that delegate shall be ascertained and the record shall be amended accordingly. Now, Honorable Delegate, having said that, I would like to proceed to the first order, which is the consideration of votes and schedules on appropriation bill. I now put vote 1, the presidency. I have been informed that the following parties would like to make declaration of votes in terms of Rule 78. You have 3 minutes to make the declaration. We have the MK Party in the name of Honorable Mhlongo. Honorable Mhlongo.
Greetings, Chair, and thank you so much. May I please be permitted to switch off my video?
That's fine, Honorable Mhlongo.
Thank you, Chair. Ngibingelela abahlonishwa, ngibingelela uhlalo ohloniphekile, ngibingelele bonke amalungu ase-South Africa. Chairperson MKP declares that the presidency has failed oversight while the country burns. Our state institutions sit without leaders. SAA has no permanent CEO. Eskom has had 8 CEOs in 10 years. The Auditor General says it's every year billions lost to waste, to fruitless spending, to corruption, yet the presidency acts surprised. Ministers sign and the president watches in silence. Chairperson, leadership without accountability is betrayal. Betrayal to the worker in Gqeberha who pays tax for the lights that never come. Betrayal of every South African who voted for change and got excuses. If the presidency cannot fix management in government, how will we fix the 33% unemployment? If there's no consequences for failure, then failure becomes policy and policy becomes poverty. The people in all the 9 provinces are tired of silence, tired of cover-ups, tired of commissions that report and nothing changes. We did not vote in 94 for the presidency to protect cadres. We voted for the presidency to protect the people. The party declares that when presidency fails oversight, when billions disappear, when institutions have no leaders, then leadership without accountability must resign. Section 9 says the president is accountable to parliament. Section 95 says the president holds office in the pleasure of the people, and the president must answer to the parliament and the people. Where leadership fails, leadership must go. Appoint leaders, fire failure, accounts monthly. That is the mandate, that is the law, that is what we demand today. Therefore, Umkhonto weSizwe rejects. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mhlongo. We shall now proceed to the Chief Whip of the Council.
Thank you, Chairperson, for the opportunity. Allow me to rise on behalf of the African National Congress to express support for vote 1 in the name of the African National Congress for the following reasons, Chairperson. Firstly, the leadership role displayed by the presidency is beyond doubt, and therefore the fact that the vote allocate resources to the presidency is meant to ensure that there's continuity on the part of the presidency to continue to provide leadership to the country. Chairperson, the President Ramaphosa is the third democratically elected president to pursue the vision as encapsulated by his forebears in terms of ensuring that the vision of the founding fathers of the ANC continues to find resonance across the length and breadth of our country, particularly in terms of the values of the founding fathers, Maibwe Africa. Chairperson, the leadership provided on the 29th, following 29th May 2024, where the African National Congress, through presidency, was able to choose the path of national unity in recognition of democracy and fundamental values, and the principles of the Freedom Charter bears testimony to the fact that the presidency under Ramaphosa continues to do great work. It is on this foundation that today we have a government of national unity, and true to his commitment to the ideas, principles, and vision of the founding fathers of our constitution, the African National Congress continued to lead. Therefore, the ANC leads, the ANC lives. Under his presidency, Ramaphosa, South Africa has more inclusive and cohesive governance system that allow integrate diverse voice in the public policy making. Chairperson, President Ramaphosa is unprecedented in expanding the space for integration of marginalized voices in the national governance. Hence, the initiative, the national dialogue, continues to be under the stewardship of his presidency, and therefore the vote in support of vote 1 is to instill confidence in the work that the national dialogue continues to do. So therefore, Chairperson, as the African National Congress, we support vote 1. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Chief Whip, for the declaration. We have noted the declaration as presented. And honorable delegates, I want to indicate that the vote is being agreed to, and I'm being informed that the EFF and MK party have objected to this vote, and as such, their objections are noted. We now proceed to vote number 2, which is Parliament. I've once again been informed that there are parties who would like to make a declaration. The first party would be Honorable Badenhorst, the DA.
Thank you, Chairperson. The Democratic Alliance supports a strong, independent parliament. And in order to do that, it needs a budget. But we will never support a parliament that demands accountability from everyone else while shielding its own administration from scrutiny. This budget vote is not merely about funding an institution. It's about whether taxpayers can have confidence that Parliament practices the same standard of transparency and accountability that it expects from every department, municipality, and state entity. Nothing illustrates this better than the office of the Secretary to Parliament. At a time when millions of South Africans are unemployed, municipalities are collapsing, and departments are being told to do more with less, the Secretary to Parliament received a total remuneration exceeding 6 million rand in the 2024-25 financial year. This extraordinary remuneration package did not emerge in isolation. It followed an appointment process, remuneration decisions, and benefits that have been the subject of sustained public concern and repeated calls of accountability. Instead of embracing transparency, Parliament's leadership has too often appeared more interested in protecting the office than protecting the reputation of this institution. The greatest threat to Parliament is not criticism from members. It is the perception that one set of rules applies to ordinary public servants and another to those occupying the highest administrative office in Parliament. How can we summon directors generals before committees to account for excessive expenditure when Parliament cannot convincingly explain its own executive remuneration decisions? How can we lecture municipalities on financial discipline while rewarding administrative excess within our own walls? Parliament exists to oversee the executive, not to emulate its worst habits. Every additional rand appropriated to this institution should strengthen oversight, committee support, research capacity, and constituency services. Instead, South Africans increasingly see headlines about executive remuneration, questionable governance decisions, and an administration that too often mistakes accountability for inconvenience. The DA believes Parliament must once again become the gold standard for public accountability. That starts with subjecting the Secretary to Parliament and parliamentary administration to exactly the same level of scrutiny that we demand from every accounting officer appearing before our committees. Until that happens, this institution will continue to ask the country to trust standards that is unwilling to apply to itself. The DA will support this budget vote. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Badenhorst. We shall now proceed to Honorable Ndlovu.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Chairperson, I rise in support of Parliament Budget Vote 2 for 2026-2027. This budget is tabled at a defining moment. We mark 30 years of this constitution. We are implementing key legislation such as the Climate Change Act, which has varying impact in the different provinces. And citizens are demanding more from all spheres of government. Parliament cannot be a spectator to that. Chairperson, our support for this budget is premised on three priorities. Firstly, ensure that the representation of the provinces and local in Parliament's work. The NCOP has made significant strides to fulfill its mandate of representing the provinces and local government and ensuring the provincial interests are considered in national legislation and debates. We welcome the increased allocation to committees as this will support committee oversight and public participation. It is for us as members to ensure that the budget allocation is translated into action. We must see more NCOP weeks in provinces, more local government engagement, and more oversight of conditional grant on the ground, not just the committee rooms in Cape Town. If we are serious about cooperative governance, then the NCOP must be where citizens in rural provinces like KZN, Eastern Cape, Limpopo, and Northern Cape meet their parliaments. Their budget must make that possible, Chair. Secondly, we must intensify our oversight of the just transition and climate implementation. The Climate Change Act 2022 of 2024 commenced on 17 March 2025. It places new duties on provinces and municipalities to develop adaptation plans and sector targets. This budget must resource the select committees to track the Presidential Climate Commission, the carbon budget, and the Just Energy Transition Implementation Plan. Workers in coal communities, farmers in drought-stricken provinces, and municipalities struggling with floods must know that the NCOP is holding the executive accountable for a transition that is truly just. No province can be left behind, Chair. Thirdly, strengthening Parliament's independence and capacity. Chairperson, a people's parliament needs people with skills. We support the funding of committee support staff, including content advisors, researchers, and interpreters. As we continue to build the capacity to support members in our work, we will be able to make a more meaningful impact on their lives of citizens. But we must make sure that we also guard against waste. The Joint Standing Committee Chair of the Financial Management of Parliament will continue its work in overseeing planning and expenditure and holding the executive authority and the accountable officer accountable. Every rand in this budget must go to the open Parliament's doors wider, to strengthening committees and to making laws that improve lives. Honorable Chair, as ANC, we support the budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Ndlovu. Honorable delegates, I am told that the vote has been agreed to, and I'm also informed that the EFF and MK party has since objected to this vote, and as such, their objections are noted. I now put up upon vote 3, cooperative governance. I have been informed that there are parties who would like to make declarations. The first party being the Freedom Front Plus in the name of Honorable Briet. Over to you, Honorable Briet.
Morning, Chairperson, and thank you for the opportunity. Voorsitter, wanneer mense stem, stem hulle nie vir beleidsdokumente nie. Hulle stem vir die toestand van hul dorp. Hulle stem vir die straat waarin hulle ry, die water wat uit hul kraan kom en die veiligheid van hul gemeenskappe. En dit is juis waarom die toestand van plaaslike regering vandag een van die grootste aanklagtes teen die ANC-regering is. Die Departement van Samewerkende Regering ontvang miljarde rand om munisipaliteite te ondersteun, maar inwoners sien min daarvan op grondvlak. Ons sien eerder verval. Ons sien vervalle paaie, ons sien riool wat in riviere inloop, ons sien onwettige stortingsterreine, ons sien dorpe wat eenvoudig ophou funksioneer. Die regering se antwoord is telkens administrasie. Maar administrasie self het 'n sirkel van mislukking geword. Neem Solplaatjie munisipaliteit in die Noord-Kaap as 'n voorbeeld. Nadat ernstige probleme erken is en die munisipaliteit in Mei van die jaar onder administrasie geplaas is, word daar reeds gepraat van 'n terugtrekking daarvan, terwyl talle onderliggende probleme wat die aanvanklike ingryping genoodsaak het, steeds voortduur. En die vraag is dit: hoekom politiek speel ten koste van elke inwoner in daardie munisipaliteit? Of ingrypings al ooit suksesvol was, dit is 'n gesprek vir 'n ander dag. Die VF+ glo dat plaaslike regering nie gered gaan word deur nog verslae, nog komitees of nog administrateurs nie. Dit sal gered word deur verantwoordbaarheid. Munisipale amptenare wat faal moet aanspreeklik gehou word. Raadslede wat belastingbetalers verraai moet vervang word en gemeenskappe moet weer beheer oor hul toekoms kry. Hierdie jaar se plaaslike regeringsverkiesing gaan nie oor politieke slagspreuke nie. Dit gaan oor die vraag of inwoners bereid is om nog 5 jaar van verval te aanvaar. Die VF+ glo daar is 'n beter pad. Dorpe kan weer werk, dienste kan weer gelewer word, belastingbetalers kan weer waarde vir hul geld ontvang. Maar dit vereis politieke verandering. Dit is elke gemeenskap se tyd. It is our time. Ek dankie.
Baie dankie, mevrou Breed. We are now proceeding to Honorable Nzimande.
No, thanks. Bengihlale ngizwa kuthiwa abantu basempu
Ngene endabeni, Honorable Nzimande, hlukana nabantu baseMpumalanga. Unless ukhuluma kahle.
NKP objects to this desired outcome. Chairperson?
Now we keep
Yeah.
on you. Yeah, if you can get a better position, Honorable Nzimande. Try, you are quiet now.
MKP object to this bill since it shall not lead to desirable outcome or to enhance the capabilities of municipalities to improve municipal infrastructure planning, delivery, operations, maintenance, infrastructure delivery, management, and governance challenges prevalent in municipalities. A reduction of allocated budget in real value shall not offset historical backlog on water infrastructure, local roads maintenance, money owed to water service boards, and neither will it lead to continuous performance improvement. The bill fails to make appropriate interventions as a preventative measure on municipalities' known challenges, which potentially leads to intervention as a reactive measures. No positive impact shall be experienced by our citizens. Sewer spillage and non-revenue water shall never be eliminated. The cost of this failure will be carried heavily by citizens. Municipalities will remain in debt crisis with the consequence of inability to provide basic services, including electrifying unserviced areas. Accordingly, Umkhonto weSizwe objects to this bill. Bengithi ekuqaleni ngihlalo. Bengihlale ngizwa ukuthi abantu baseMpumalanga bayandiza. Ngibona ngeenwele zakho ziyandiza la computer. Ngiyabonga.
Ngizoyivala ke ilona ke i-video angifuni ukundiza ke. Thanks, Honorable Nzimande. Honorable Keza.
Thank you very much, Chair. The Economic Freedom Fighters outrightly rejects the 2026 budget vote of the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs. Chairperson, the current state of local government across South Africa is a national crisis characterized by widespread corruption, crumbling infrastructure, and a blatant disregard for the basic needs of our people. COGTA has catastrophically failed in its mandate to support and stabilize local administration, allowing corruption and cater deployment to hollow out municipal capacity. Furthermore, this 2026-2027 budget vote also exposes a complete disregard for traditional leadership. Traditional leadership authorizes.
Honorable Keza, can you hold on? There's a hand in the name of Honorable Noah. You are rising on which rule, Honorable Noah?
Chairperson, I think it's the rule of the House that if you are not having the Parliament background, please switch off your camera. It's not appearing dignified for the House. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Noah. I think those arrangements for the reason that you are raising that for the purpose of completeness, we need to have this background, but there's no rule that says to that specifically. And therefore, we allow Honorable Keza, and if he feels comfortable to switch off his mic, I think it's a brotherly advice, as I was advised previously, that inwele zami ziyandiza nami, so ngichoose ukuvala. Ngicabanga ukuthi naye Honorable Keza will take it in good spirit. Thank you, Honorable Noah.
Yeah, I got it.
Honorable Keza.
I don't know.
Bongekho izolo, hlaliseka sis. Qhubeka, Honorable Keza.
No, advice taken, switch off, Chairperson. Furthermore, this 2026-2027 budget vote also exposes a complete disregard for traditional leadership. Traditional leadership authorities are continuously undermined and underfunded, let alone the department that deals with traditional leadership, and used as political pawns rather than being genuinely respected as custodians of our heritage and rural development. As we approach this crucial 2026 local government election scheduled for the for November 24th, 2026, the EFF views this budget as an insult to the electorate. Our communities are exhausted by empty promises and the utter failure of the ruling elite to manage local affairs. The 2026 elections will serve as a definitive referendum on a municipal collapse. Voters are fully aware that the current administration has abandoned them. The EFF demands a complete overhaul of how local government is funded and managed. We call for the immediate insourcing of municipal workers to ensure job security and eliminate tender corruption and restore dignity to our communities. We further demand stringent and immediate consequences for officials and politicians who misappropriate municipal funds. Our municipalities require visionary, pro-poor leadership, not recycled budget that enrich a few and marginalize many. The EFF rejects this cocked-up budget vote in its entirety as it is fundamentally disconnected from the lived realities of South African masses and offers absolutely no hope for the salvation of our local government. We reject this budget. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Keza. I'm now inviting Honorable Kaunda to make a declaration.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Greetings to all the office bearers of the NCOP, all delegates present in the meeting. Honorable Chair, I'll start by saying that as the African National Congress, we support this budget vote, both in relation to Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, and we are also calling upon the municipalities to respond directly to Auditor General's findings using strict consequence management to eliminate unauthorized, irregular, and wasteful expenditure. And we also welcome the Auditor General's report and congratulate the municipalities which continue to raise the bar to ascertain that communities do receive services. But we also note that the challenges that are facing municipalities, we have noted them as the NCOP and Parliament, and we have agreed and adopted the approach that the ministry is driving through the president's directive to ascertain that there is a review of white paper on local government, as well as the review of the funding for local municipalities. We call upon the National Treasury to do the same, what he has applied to municipalities which owes ESCOM, to deduct what they owe to ESCOM, to deduct what departments, provincial and national departments, are doing to municipalities when they owe them with the big debts that we have recognized. So therefore, we are calling upon National Treasury through the allocation of equitable share to deduct what is being owed to municipalities so that we can make our municipalities work better for their communities. We are also calling upon all role players within the local government accountability ecosystem to use district development model as the premier mechanism to ensure vertical and horizontal coordination across the three spheres of government. We are calling upon the Ministry of Cooperative Governance and also our Provincial Executive Council through MECs for Cooperative Governance to elevate Section 154 of the Constitution to provide support to municipalities. And we also acknowledge in the allocation in this budget for MESA, the good work that MESA is doing to support municipalities in terms of infrastructure implementation. With those few words, Honorable Chairperson, the ANC fully support this budget vote. I thank you.
Siyabonga kakhulu sihlalo we-committee. Honorable members, I'm being told that the vote has been agreed to, and equally being informed that EFF and MK Party, they've since objected to this vote, and their objections are noted. We shall now proceed to vote for, which is Government Communications and Information System. I'm told once again that the vote has been agreed to. The EFF and MK Party have objected to this vote, and we have noted the objections. I'm now proceeding to vote 5, Home Affairs. There are parties who indicated that they would like to make a declaration on this vote. I'm inviting the MK Party in the name of Honorable Zulu to make a declaration.
Honorable Chairperson and honorable members, good morning. The MK Party rises to reject vote 5, Home Affairs, because this budget does not match the scale of South Africa's immigration, border security, and the governance crisis. While the department receives 13.766 billion for 2026-27 financial year, almost 6.5 billion is transferred to entities, including the Electoral Commission, the Political Parties Fund, and the Border Management Authority. The department's own operational capacity is therefore far smaller than the headline budget suggests. Most concerning is that Immigration Affairs, the program responsible for illegal immigration, deportations, asylum management, visa processing, and immigration enforcement, receives only 625.2 million, less than 5% of the total budget, at a time when South Africa faces porous borders, document fraud, trafficking syndicates, and growing public concern over illegal immigration. This allocation falls far short of what is required. The department is operating at roughly 40% of its approved staffing capacity, with only 5,023 of 12,727 funded posts filled. Offices have remained closed for extended periods in some provinces. Staff shortages persist, and immigration operations remain under-resourced. The Auditor General's failure exposes serious governance failures. Home Affairs receive a qualified audit opinion disclosed more than 526 million in irregular expenditure, 130.5 million linked to digitization irregularities, and almost 18 million in impact receivables. Since July 2024, 63 officials have been dismissed and 95 misconduct cases opened, demonstrating that corruption within the department remains an ongoing problem. The MK Party believes South Africa deserves secure borders and inefficient and corruption-free home affairs, and a department capable of protecting our national sovereignty. This budget does not provide the resources or accountability needed to achieve those objectives. For these reasons, the MK Party rejects vote 5 Home Affairs. I thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Zulu. We are now proceeding to Honorable Machobeni. Honorable Machobeni.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Greetings to you, greetings to the honorable members. Sorry, Honorable Chair, can I switch off my video because I am so feverish?
Yes, you can switch off your mic, Honorable, your video, Honorable Machobeni.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Chairperson, the Economic Freedom Fighters reject the budget vote for the Department of Home Affairs. This is a critical department tasked with safeguarding the identity and citizenship of our people, managing immigration, securing our borders, and providing essential civic services. Yet it is failing dismally due to self-capacity constraints. I must draw urgent attention to the critical staff shortages within immigration services. The effective enforcement of immigration laws is vital for national sovereignty. However, in areas like Idukwa, where I reside in the Eastern Cape, there are reportedly only 2 immigration officials responsible for serving a vast geographical area. This shortage places immense pressure on staff and completely compromises the department's capacity to monitor illegal immigration, conduct inspections, and respond to community complaints. The department must urgently address this vacuum and strengthen its capacity in underserved regions. Furthermore, Chairperson, we are deeply concerned about the department's fixation on location Home Affairs offices primarily in expensive shopping malls. For our rural communities, especially the elderly, people with disabilities and unemployed, traveling to urban malls is costly and highly inconvenient. Although we recognize that local government is trying to bridge this gap. For instance, the Mpashe municipality went as far as making a municipal wall available to ensure residents could access services while waiting the completion of the new offices at Mpashe Mall. Government must meet this commitment by prioritizing accessible public spaces over commercial hubs. Finally, Chairperson, we demand answers regarding the total collapse mobile home affairs services in rural communities. We remember, Chairperson, when fully equipped mobile units were actively deployed to bring civic services directly to remote areas. The people of Mpashe benefited greatly from these units. Today, these vehicles have vanished from our communities, leaving residents stranded and wondering what happened to this vital services delivery tool. This department must account for the status of these mobile units and restore them to the rural areas where the need is greatest. The Economic Freedom Fighters cannot support a budget that burdens rural South Africans. We reject this budget vote, Chairperson. I so thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Machobeni. Honorable Billy.
Thank you, Chairperson. Honorable Chairperson, the Democratic Alliance proudly supports Budget Vote 5 because it reflects a department that is finally moving from excuses to execution. For far too long, Home Affairs was synonymous with endless queues, corruption, weak border management, and failing systems. Today, under DA Minister Leon Schreiber's leadership, we are seeing decisive action to modernize one of the most important departments in government. The expansion of smart ID services through banks, the rollout of digital visas, the introduction of biometric technology, the strengthening of border security, and the relentless fight against corruption demonstrate what capable leadership can achieve. The results are already visible, Chairperson. Nearly 110,000 deportations have been carried out over the past 2 years, while the Border Management Authority has prevented more than 945,000 undocumented or improperly documented persons from entering our country, South Africa. These are measurable outcomes that strengthen national security while improving service delivery. Some will argue, Chairperson, that these reforms began under previous ANC administrations. But the reality, Chairperson, is that announcing a policy is not the same as implementing it. South Africans have heard promises for years. What they are demanding now is delivery. So, Chairperson, this budget invests in digital transformation, secure identities, efficient immigration systems, and modern border management. These are not only administrative reforms, Chairperson, they are investment in economic growth, in national security, in public confidence in South African state. The DA believes that government must work for the people it serves. Home Affairs is proving that with political will, which the DA minister is showing, with competent leadership, which the DA minister is showing, with a clear vision, which the DA minister is showing, meaningful reform is possible. For these reasons, Chairperson, the Democratic Alliance supports Budget Vote 5 for Home Affairs. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Billy. I now call upon the Honorable Delegate whose birthday we celebrate today, Honorable Noe.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson of the NCOP. Chairperson, rhetoric will remain rhetoric. It doesn't matter whether you're in visual or you're in physical. It's a pity that parties continue to reject what they want to happen. But we are only appreciative that at least it shows they read, they follow up, but they only disappoint by not ensuring that they support the money that is needed to support the programs.
Honorable Noe, there's an echo in your background. If it looks like you have two gadgets on, if you can switch off one and dispense with one.
I'm not sure, Chairperson, but is it still like that, or should I switch?
No, we are fine. You can proceed. Thanks.
Okay. Therefore, Chairperson, the African National Congress is in full support of the Budget Vote 5 as tabled by the department in this House. We believe that with the allocated amount as well as the outlined intent and purpose, the department will continue, redress and improve the key areas central to the mandate, which among others includes digital transformation through which government aims to reduce and ultimately eliminate the waiting time and unnecessary long queues at physical offices. I hope Honorable Machabane is listening. And the national security and border management, of which government has committed to ensure that it caps the undocumented immigration, prevent illicit border crossings, and frontline service accessibility, one of the critical area of the service delivery of which the department is expected to improve the services by reaching out to remote areas by means of mobile offices, Honorable Machabane, and service delivery kiosks for the benefit of rural communities and the underserviced areas. Finally, accountability and oversight. In this instance, the ANC is satisfied that through this budget, the department has appropriately accounted for its past performance and how it projects to spend the budget and continue to address all the identified objectives which are to be achieved within this financial year. And this, Chairperson, it is our belief, and it will remain like that, that all, as Honorable Billy has said, it is carrying out of what Honorable Minister Motsoaledi has started, and indeed they are implementing on the basis of that foundation. It doesn't matter the labeling of the individual they put, they only support the individual, not the programs of government all the time. There's no title in the cabinet executive of the President Ramaphosa that says a minister starts first by DA minister. There's nothing like that. It remains government program. Therefore, the ANC support this budget in full. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nue. Honorable delegates, the vote has been agreed to, of course, with an exception of EFF and MK Party, who then chose to object to this vote, and their objections are noted. We are now proceeding to vote number 6, International Relations and Cooperation. I've been informed that the following parties would like to make declarations. The EFF in the name of Honorable Gerike. Over to you, Honorable Gerike.
Good morning, Chairperson, and good morning, colleagues. Chairperson, the Economic Freedom Fighters unequivocally rejects the budget for the Department of International Relations and Cooperation. While South Africa has made meaningful strides regarding international relations, the respect for human dignity and sound continental trade relations, this good work cannot be dismantled and destroyed by vigilante groups that promote sponsored xenophobia and Afrophobia amongst African people. Government must take full responsibility in how this immigration crisis is dealt with. Corruption and extortion against vulnerable Africans must be uprooted urgently. Furthermore, Chairperson, it is imperative that our international relations must be restored in SADC and the entire Africa. The Department of International Relations must work overtime to restore relations with our neighbor countries and strengthening economic ties for the benefit of South Africa and all countries on the continent. We strongly condemn this department's silence regarding anti-immigration and urge international relations to step up and restore the dignity and pride of South Africa in the international arena. The EFF again emphasizes that people and business entering the country must be documented and in good standing in order to participate in trade and social interaction. On these grounds, Chairperson, the EFF rejects this budget. I so move. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Gerike. We're now proceeding to Honorable Mananiso.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. As the ANC, we want to support the budget, and we want to pledge that we'll continue monitoring in terms of the work that needs to be done, in terms of ensuring that we bring the best services and continue where the work has been done from the 6th administration, as we have committed on renewal and reflecting, and as well giving what we have to give to our people as best services for better life for all. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mananiso. I'm being told, Honorable delegates, that the vote is being agreed to. I'm informed that EFF and MK Party, they've since objected and their objections are noted. We're now proceeding to vote 7, the National School of Government. This vote, Honorable Delegate, has been agreed to, except the EFF and MK Party. We have noted their objections. I put vote 8, National Treasury. Once again, I'm told that there are parties who'd like to make a declaration on this vote. I'll start off with MK Party in the name of Honorable Majola. Over to you, Honorable Majola.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Can I be allowed to switch off my video?
Yes, you can, Honorable Majula. Please unmute yourself, Honorable Majola. You switch the volume, yes, the mic, and then you let the video on.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chairperson, the National Treasury is an engine of the national government, as amongst its responsibilities to manage the national government finances. That includes revenue and expenditure, appropriating funds to a various departments through appropriation bill. That is what we are doing now. Madam Chair, contained on Schedule 1 of the appropriation bill in front of us, the 37.9 billion allocated to vote 8 indicates that there is no intention to do further studies and researches to supplement the addition to over 90% tax revenue collected by SARS, in particular considering the new innovation like the wealth tax to those who benefited from the previous era. Madam Chair, that will mean SARS will rely on the already exhausted sources such as the personal income tax, value-added tax. Madam Chair, the MK party believes that we need to allocate the adequate funds for looking for the other innovations in terms of revenue, so as we will have the adequate revenue, so as we will appropriate the enough funds to the departments. Therefore, the MK party believes that we need to look for other alternatives in terms of revenue. Therefore, the MK party object vote number 8, the National Treasury vote. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Majola. Honorable Swart.
Chairperson, the Democratic Alliance support budget vote 8. National Treasury remains one of the most important institutions safeguarding South Africa's public finances. We welcome its continued commitment to fiscal sustainability, debt stabilization, improved procurement systems, structural reform, and greater accountability. Treasury has correctly identified that economic growth remains too low and that stronger state capability is required to create jobs and reduce poverty. However, support to this vote cannot be interpreted as satisfaction with the state of public finances. South Africans continue to witness billions of rands lost through corruption, irregular expenditure, wasteful spending, and procurement failures. While Treasury continues to strengthen financial controls and oversight frameworks, there remains a serious gap between identifying wrongdoing and holding those responsible accountable. The DA is particularly concerned that consequence management across government remains weak. Too often, audit findings are repeated year after year, while officials implicated in financial misconduct face little or no consequence. We are equally concerned about persistent underspending on critical infrastructure and service delivery programs. At a time when communities need roads, water infrastructure, schools, and economic opportunities, government departments continue to return unspent funds while citizens are denied essential services. The DA supports Treasury effort to improve procurement systems, modernize public financial management, and strengthen municipal finances. These reforms must now be implemented with urgency and measurable outcomes. The DA also welcomes the progress made with the Targeted and Responsible Savings (TARS) initiative. Every rand saved from wasteful, inefficient, and non-performing expenditure is a rand that can be redirected to infrastructure, policing, education, and economic growth. We look forward to a more intensive implementation of TARS with measurable savings, stronger oversight, and tangible improvements in public spending. The success of TARS will ultimately be measured not by the number of reviews conducted, but by the real impact it has on improving value for money for every South African taxpayer. Chairperson, South Africa does not suffer from a shortage of plans. It suffers from a shortage of implementation, accountability, and consequences for failure. The DA will continue to champion clean governance, value for money, economic growth, and the protection of every taxpayer's rand. For these reasons, the DA supports Budget 8. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Swart. We are now proceeding to Honorable Ndlovu.
Thank you, Chairperson. The African National Congress rests in support of the National Treasury Budget Vote 8. We support this budget vote because National Treasury remains central to the functioning of the democratic state. It is through this vote, Chair, that government is able to coordinate public finance, protect fiscal discipline, and ensure that national resources are directed towards the priorities of the people. As the ANC chair, we understand that the budget is not merely a technical document, it is a political and developmental instrument. It must speak to the lives realities of our people in provinces, districts, towns, townships, villages, and informal settlements. This budget vote is therefore important because it enables the allocation of funds to provinces and ultimately to local government, where services delivery is experienced most directly. Through provincial equitable shares, Chair, allocations, conditional grants, and transfers to municipalities. This budget vote support critical services such as healthcare, education, housing, roads, water, sanitation, electricity, community development, and local economic growth. These are not abstract figures. They represent clinics that must operate, schools that must function, roads that must be maintained, and municipalities that must deliver basic services to our communities. The ANC also welcomes the continued emphasis on accountability, prudent financial management, and improved monitoring of public spending. Allocating funds is important, but ensuring that those funds are spent effectively, efficiently, and honestly is equally important. Our people deserve value for every rand spent in their rents. We therefore call on all members of this House to support the National Treasury budget, including the EFF and the MKP chair, not as an administrative exercise, but as a commitment to provinces, municipalities, and the people we are elected to serve. Chairperson, as the ANC, we support the budget and also welcome my MEC in this budget platform. Thanks, Chairperson.
Thank you so much, Honorable Ndlovu. Honorable delegates, I'm told that this vote has been agreed to and also informed that the EFF and the MK party have since objected and we have noted their objections. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Greetings, honorable members. We shall now proceed to vote vote number 9, that is planning, monitoring, and evaluation. I'm told that the vote is agreed to, and I'm also informed that the EFF and MK party object. Their objections are noted. We then move on to vote number 10, electricity and energy. I put the vote to you, and I've been informed that the following parties would like to make declarations of votes in terms of Rule 78 for a maximum of 3 minutes per declaration. I then call upon the DA member, the Honorable Pina, for 3 minutes. Honorable Pina.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I rise today on behalf of the Democratic Alliance in support of this budget. The Minister has made meaningful progress over the last few years, particularly in reducing load shedding and expanding the role of independent power producers. Now, Chairperson, the department must turn its full attention to grid infrastructure. The planned construction of 14,000 new transmission lines over the coming years must become the department's foremost priority. If we want businesses to flourish and employ the millions of unemployed South Africans, we need energy certainty. Our grid infrastructure is reaching its limits and can no longer keep pace with the growing demand and new generation capacity. The independent transmission projects led by the private sector are specifically designed to address this challenge and must receive support from across government. For years, we have spoken about taking hands with the private sector for the betterment of South Africa. This is our opportunity to do exactly that. Chairperson, energy and electricity security are amongst the greatest determinants of economic growth and investment. Without reliable electricity, there can be no industrial expansion, no new factories, and ultimately no sustainable job creation. Eskom's monopoly has taught us a painful lesson. Centralized control does not work, and it is ordinary South Africans who pay the price. Independent power producers and independent transmission projects are the path to long-term energy stability and prosperity. Gone are the days of centralized government control for workmanship and cost overruns that have cost the taxpayers billions of rands. South Africa's energy future will be built through competition, private investment, and reliable infrastructure. And the Democratic Alliance proudly supports that vision. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Pinar. We now call upon the Honorable Modise, the ANC, for 3 minutes.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. I hope I'm audible. Honorable members, I'd like to take this opportunity to wish both Honorable Noe and the legendary Dr. Khumalo a happy birthday, and hope that Honorable Noe's family will make it a memorable one. Honorable Deputy Chairperson, the African National Congress declares its full support for the budget vote of energy and electricity, because we understand that energy is not a nice to have. Energy is the foundation of modern life. You cannot study in the dark. You cannot run clinic without power. You cannot build industries on load shedding. Apartheid gave electricity to some and denied it to the majority of this country. It built power stations for the mines and the suburbs, and it left townships, villages, and schools in the dark. That was energy apartheid. The department exists to end it. It exists to connect, to protect, to generate for everyone and everywhere. We support the department because it must deliver three things. It must deliver energy security and end the load shedding. It must fix Eskom. It must maintain the grid. It must bring new generation online, and no more excuses. A just energy transition that creates jobs. Coal built this country. Coal workers will not be left behind. Renewable gas, nuclear, and storage must expand. But they must expand with South Africans building, owning, and working in them. To those who say energy is a political weapon, we say you can switch off the grid, you cannot switch off the people's will. The ANC will not rest while one school studies by candlelight, will not rest while one factory closes because of the power failure. The ANC stand with the department, we stand with the line workers, the engineers, the power station staff. We stand with every household that deserves the light. Every energy is freedom, electricity is dignity, and this government will deliver them both. Phambili with energy security, phambili to the people's power. Amandla. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Modise. The vote is agreed to, and I'm informed that the EFF and MK party object to this vote. Their objections are noted. We then move on to vote 11, Public Service and Administration. This vote is agreed to. I am informed that the EFF and the MK party object. The objections are noted. We then move on to vote 12, Public Service Commission. I put the vote, and I'm informed that the vote is agreed to. I'm informed also that the EFF and MK party object. Their objections are noted. We then move on to vote 13, honorable members, and that is vote 13, Public Works and Infrastructure. I put vote 13, and I've been informed that the parties would like to make declarations in terms of Rule 78 for a maximum of 3 minutes. And I therefore call upon the MK party member, Honorable Nzimande, for 3 minutes. Honorable Nzimande.
Now, thank you, Chair. MK party objects to this budget vote, for it will not result to continued performance improvement of the department. South Africa continues to face significant infrastructure deficit. Schools require upgrade, hospitals require maintenance, clinics require refurbishment, government buildings require rehabilitation. Communities continue waiting for infrastructure while maintenance backlog continue growing. The pace of delivery remains lower than the pace at which infrastructure deteriorates. The amount allocated shall not offset historic backlog on refurbishment and maintenance, the rising service tariffs, and the continuous need of capital upgrade. No tangible changes in ownership, contract development, enterprise growth, and economic participation for historically disadvantaged will realize through this bill. Power relations shall continue to tilt in favor of previously advantaged people by giving such strategic department to DA was like asking offenders to adjudicate and offer justice to their victims. That is what the ANC of Ramaphosa subjected our people to. Operation Bring Back to recover and repurpose public assets remains significantly smaller than the scale of the problem. Vacant and underutilized state properties shall persist to impose costs on the fiscus while government remain dependent on private landlords. No strategies to address the PMT, debt collection challenges, revenue management weaknesses, and financial sustainability concerns. Disguised unemployment in a form of EWP continue to be used to hide failure of government to create quality employment, whereas the country, on the other hand, is confronted by public employment practice, a paradox. Unemployment remains stubbornly high. Ngalokho sihlalo sithi budget cut worsen the situation of PMT and asivumi le shandise yenzakala sithi siyayi-objecta le mpahla ebizwa ngale budget vote. Ayihambi iyongena olwandle. Siyabonga.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nzimande. We now call upon Honorable Badenost of the DA for 3 minutes. Honorable Badenost.
Is it my turn, Chair? Sorry, I just lost connection for 5 seconds.
All right. Thank you. Go ahead.
Can I go ahead?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Honourable Chairperson, the Democratic Alliance supports Budget Vote 13. We do so with clear understanding of where this department comes from and where it must still go. For many years, the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure became a symbol of state dysfunction. An institution entrusted with managing billions of rand in public assets became associated with maintenance backlogs, poor asset management, wasteful leasing arrangements, weak project delivery, and chronic financial instability. The budget was spent with very little to show for it. The property management trading entity remains burdened with a 28 billion rand maintenance backlog, a 4 billion rand overdraft facility, and billions of rand in unpaid debt owed by client departments. These problems are the results of years of neglect, poor governance, and a lack of accountability. Against this backdrop, it is important to acknowledge the progress made since Minister Dean McPherson assumed political leadership of the department. The minister inherited an institution in need of fundamental reform. Rather than managing decline like his predecessors, he has set about rebuilding capability, restoring accountability, and repositioning public works as a driver of economic growth and infrastructure delivery. Infrastructure South Africa is being strengthened to improve project preparation and unlock investment. The Independent Development Trust has increased its order book and exceeded its infrastructure delivery targets. Efforts are underway to reform the expanded public works program through greater transparency, digital systems, and skills development opportunities. The department has also initiated investigations into ghost employees and other governance failures that were previously ignored. Equally important is a strategic shift reflected in the department's annual performance plan. Public Works is no longer presented merely as a custodian of buildings, but as a catalyst for infrastructure-led growth, investment, and job creation. Despite malicious resistance from within, for the first time in many years, this is evidence of a department moving in the right direction. That progress did not happen by accident. It is a result of leadership, accountability, and reform. This budget vote demonstrates that DA policy is making a measurable difference in government today. It shows that capable governance delivers results, that public assets can be managed responsibly, and that reform can replace decline. For that reason, the Democratic Alliance proudly supports this budget vote. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Badenhorst. I now call upon Honorable Lekwase of the ANC for 3 minutes. Honorable Lekwase. I'm going to again call upon Honorable Lekwase for 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. I've been kicked out of the system and being accepted back. I'm sorry for that. Allow me, Chairperson, to switch off my video.
Yes, you may go on.
Chairperson, I rise on behalf of the African National Congress to support the budget vote on the Department of Public Works. For the ANC, Public Works is a developmental department. It is a custodian of the state's property, the lead department for the expanded Public Works program, and the face of government that must reflect dignity and capability to all South Africans. We cannot speak of a capable state while thousands of government buildings across the country stand empty, vandalized, and in despair. An abandoned state building sends a message of abandoned citizenship. This budget must therefore prioritize maintenance before new construction. Preventative maintenance protects public asset base and costs less than reconstruction. We must also end the contradiction of paying for expensive rate leases while state-owned businesses remained unused. The department's strategy to refurbish, occupy, and make productive use of the state must be accelerated because every rent saved on wasteful leases is a rent that can be redirected to service delivery. On unemployment, the EPWP must be more than just a short-term relief. It must be a real pathway to skills and economic participation. This budget should fund EPWP that trains participants as artisans, infrastructure maintenance technicians, and property managers with clear linkages to the TVET colleges, SETAs, and SMMEs incubation so that participants exit into real world of work and enterprise. As the ANC, we support a clean, auditable, and transparent immovable asset register, decisive action to reduce dependence on private leases, and consequence management for those who abuse the system. Public funds must build infrastructure and services, not private wealth. African National Congress called for the rigorous implementation of Expropriation Act. We view this act as a tool for radical economic transformation, social cohesion, and equitable land reform. This legislation must facilitate land reinstitution, enable the state to expropriate land in a public interest, addressing historical injustices caused by colonialism and apartheid. There is no time for a pushback. Finally, Public Works is a backbone that enables other departments to deliver. When courts, police stations, clinics, or offices cannot function because of leaking roofs, faulty water, and broken fences, justice, safety, and health services are delayed. We therefore expect the department to work seemingly with justice, police, health, education sectors, and with municipalities so that infrastructure planning follows service delivery needs. Chairperson, the ANC is building a capable, ethical, and developmental state. We support this budget so that the
Thank you very
department
much,
can
Honorable
maintain.
Lekwase. Your time has expired. Thank you.
The ANC supports Shell.
Thank you. Honorable delegates, vote 13 is agreed to. I am informed that the EFF and MK party object. The objections are noted. We now move on to, I put on vote 14, that is Statistics South Africa. The vote is agreed to. I'm informed that the EFF and MKP object. The objections are noted. I therefore move on and put vote 15, Traditional Affairs. I've been informed that the following parties would like to make declarations of vote in terms of Rule 78 for 3 minutes. I then call upon the Honorable Nzimande of the MKP for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Slalo. MK Party object to this appropriation bill, for it does not elevate and accord the required authority of traditional leaders on local governance, but coerce them to be conformist in a Eurocentric design institution. No real value brought by the appropriation bill. The budget vote focuses too much on the compliance and organizational performance information rather than focusing on the impact of traditional leaders in transforming and improving lives in their communities. Singumkhonto sithi njengoba nanikeza imoto nina njengojiyeni ngapha e-KZN emakhosini athize acheme nani ngepolitiki, nikezani wonke amakhosi kuzwe lonke. Angeke siyisaphote le budget uma isaqhubeka ngokuthi amanye amakhosi awazuyithola lezi moto. The budget vote further lacks strong accountability measures, risk mitigation strategies, and clear explanation on how the output indicators will be measured and achieved, due to a lack of clear planning as well as clearer implementation guidelines. Supporting this bill is equivalent of supporting Eurocentric design institution to degrade and reduce traditional leaders as subject of politicians. We refuse to be part of such a reckless conduct. Izwe sifuna libuyele emakhosini. Siyafisa ukuthi amakhosi kube iwona ashaye umthetho ngezwe lawo, hayi abe okhongozela kubantu bepolitiki. Ngaleso sizathu sithi siyayichitha le budget vote. Siyabonga.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nzimande. Honorable delegates, I now call upon the Honorable Advocate Ngonyana for 3 minutes.
Deputy Chairperson, Honorable Special and Permanent Delegate of this August House, inclusive of my leader today, the MEC of Finance from the Province of Legends, Honorable Mvoko, distinguished guests and fellow South Africans, Molweni. I rise on behalf of the ANC deployees to declare on its behalf the support of this vote, in contrast to MKP, which has just publicly pronounced that it is opposed to this budget vote, whose primary objective is to assist the institution of traditional and cohesion leadership in South Africa to play its role in the South Africa we all want. In doing so, we are cognizant of the heroic struggle against foreign domination, which was led by which our forebears were led by the leadership, traditional leadership, as far back as the 16th century, which baton they handed over to the ANC they formed in 1912. We are mindful of the role needed to be played by the institution of traditional and cohesion leadership in our country, and as the only political organization that supported the institution to have traditional councils, houses of traditional and cohesion leaders, and its department in South Africa. We are determined to work with progressive formation like the Congress of Traditional Leaders of South Africa and all structures that have been installed by this progressive government to restore the pride and dignity of the institution of traditional leadership in South Africa. We are concerned, though, Chair, about the reactionary forces within and outside South Africa who want to mislead our traditional and cohesion leaders to leave their political home, ANC, as envisaged by the false promises from the reactionary state of Israel, and some political parties promising some of them mayoral chains to gain political mileage in the envisaged local government scheduled to take place on the 4th of November, 2026. We are aware of the needs raised by the traditional and cohesion leaders, and happy to note that the ANC-led government is determined to address them. Hence, the money set aside in the APPs of this department is meant to address them within the financial constraints. We believe that the department is in able hands of a triumvirate of a kind. I mean, leaders who are tried and tested from KZN, Minister Hlabisa, Eastern Cape, and Limpopo, We are impressed about
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Nonkonyana. Your
budget.
time has expired. Thank you. Honorable delegates, vote 15 is agreed to, and I'm informed that the EFF and MK party object, and their objections are noted. I shall then put vote 16, basic education, and I've been informed that the following parties would like to make declarations of votes in terms of Rule 78 for a maximum of 3 minutes. I therefore call upon the EFF, represented by the Honorable Mampuru, to make the declarations for 3 minutes. Honorable Mampuru.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Greetings to the people of South Africa. As the EFF, on behalf of the people of South Africa, we reject the budget of the department that is responsible for the continual abandonment of the black and the working class learners at schools such as Umqhele Secondary School in Ivory Park here in Gauteng. This department repeatedly claimed to prioritize education, yet it subjects our children to conditions of profound neglect and institutionalized discrimination. At Umqhele Secondary School, for instance, learners are expected to pursue academic excellence without basic school furniture, forcing them to study under undignified conditions. Classrooms features falling ceilings, broken doors, shattered windows, and constant blocked and dysfunctional toilets. This exposes both learners and educators to severe health and safety hazards on a daily basis. The structural overcrowding crisis at Umqhele Secondary School is a direct consequence of the state failure to invest in public education, as there are only 40 classrooms, forcing more than 70 learners into a single class. Under these conditions, meaningful teaching and learning are virtually impossible. This is not merely poor administration. It is a systematic denial of the quality education to the children of the working class. This crisis is further worsened by untidy classrooms, neglected technical workshop, and the lack of reliable water supply and severe shortage of textbooks. These conditions represent a direct betrayal of the constitutional promise that every child has a right to basic education. The EFF maintains that education is a revolutionary tool to liberate African people from poverty, unemployment, and inequality. Yet the government continue to allocate billions to consultant and luxury expenditures and corruption, while schools in poor communities like Umqhele Secondary School are left to decay. As said that, Chairperson, as the EFF, we reject this budget. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mampuru. I now call upon the Honorable Adrian Sir of the DA for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Every child gets one chance at basic education. One chance, not a second chance, not a do-over. That is why this budget matters. As the DA, we support this budget because it invests in the foundations that change a child's future for the better. It invests in early childhood development because by the time a child arrives in grade 1, the foundations for learning should already be in place. It invests in literacy and numeracy because the foundations have to ensure that rewards can be reaped in years to come, which is why investment in mathematics, science, and technologies should be recommended because it provides our children with the tools to compete in a modern economy, not be left behind by it. But years of failure cannot be resolved overnight. We therefore commend the Minister for taking up the cause of all our children who are still being punished due to years of corruption and cadre deployment. We know too many children are still learning in schools with infrastructure challenges. Too many communications are still waiting for classrooms, libraries, laboratories, and safe sanitation. We know that every delayed project and every wasted rand ultimately steals opportunities from learners. The real test of this budget will not be what appears in reports. It will be what happens in classrooms. Can more children read? Can more children do maths? Can more children leave school with the skills, confidence, and opportunity to build a better life? Because education is not about buildings, budgets, and bureaucracy. It's about our children, and every child deserves the chance to succeed. The Democratic Alliance believes we have a minister who is capable of delivering exactly this to our children. We therefore support the minister and budget vote 16. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Adriansa. I now once again call upon the Honorable Advocate Nonkonyana for 3 minutes.
Deputy Chairperson and honorable members, the Department of Basic Education is regarded as the mother of all government departments, as no such a department can be led by an illiterate person. It is often said that no house can ever be built without a firm foundation, and this underlines the importance of this department, whose vote must be approved. The ANC has no hesitation in supporting this budget vote to enable this department to continue with the ANC policy of free and compulsory education for all, in line with the Freedom Charter's aim to open the doors of learning and culture. We want to thank Honorable Minister Gwahube, who continues to acknowledge the good work from her predecessors, unlike some of the colleagues from his DA, who want to claim easy victories and continue with a pack of lies articulated this morning by Honorable Billy, Honorable Badenhorst, and now recently by Honorable Andrianse. The education of mud schools, the eradication rather of mud schools, construction of decent offices for educators and classes for learners, including ablution facilities, is continuing as part of delivering basic services to promote the needed climate of teaching and learning. ANC is pleased to note that there are plans set aside during this financial year, and trust that the need to build hostels in schools in far-flung rural areas will be accelerated. Ngazo zozibini mhlali ngaphambili disithi ke le nkosazana isuka kwiphondo lengcwele umhlonishwa uGwahube makaqhubele phambili, and aba bamane bethetha cholene ngale ngabantu abasebenza na ANC ngokuthi basebenza bodwa abadanise, kuba sifuna apha kulo rhulumente abaphathiswa abafana naye abahloniphayo into yoba bakhokelwe ngumbutho wesizwe i-African National Congress, yaye abengahambi ngendlela sizabakhupha njengoba sezenze njalo. Zamakho.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nonkonyana. Vote 16 is therefore agreed to, and I'm informed that the EFF and MK party object to this vote, and their objections are noted. Honorable delegates, we now move on to vote 17, higher education and training. I put the vote, and I've been informed that the following parties would like to make declarations of vote in terms of Rule 78 for 3 minutes. And I've been informed that the MK party has withdrawn their declaration, and therefore we move on to the EFF, the Honorable Kennedy, for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chairperson. Greetings to the honorable members, fellow South African. The EFF rejects the budget for vote for the Department of Higher Education vote. Our sector, Education and Training Authorities, meaning SETA, completely lacks systematic efficiency, proper oversight, and alignment with the current labor market. Instead of funding active job replacement, SETA suffer from administrative bottlenecks, a severe qualification vacuum left by expired legacy courses and bloated cash reserves instead of funding job placement. In rural provinces like Eastern Cape and Limpopo, learners face several geographical barriers due to lack of accredited external integrated summative assessment centers. Furthermore, rural TVET college students are unable to complete their workplace integrated learning due to lack of local industry hosts and transport funding. NSFAS also features a multi-billion rand shortfall, leading to the exclusion of over 100,000 eligible students, widespread allowance and accommodation payments delay. This clear operational collapse explains why the scheme has been placed under administration for the third time since 2018. Chronic payments delays have left thousands of students hungry and vulnerable during exams, triggering widespread campus shutdowns and protests at institutions like DUT, CPUT, and UCT. So, for this budget to stay relevant, it must resolve systematic deficits and expand support for the vulnerable missing middle. And for SETA to be relevant, it must prioritize budget allocations for learnerships, apprenticeships, and artisans' recognition of prior learning tied directly to hard-to-fill vacancies and the sector priority occupations list. So, given the history of systematic administrative failures of both SETA and NSFAS, the EFF view this fiscal allocation as abdication of state responsibility that shifts the consequences of institutional incompetence directly on to the poor and working class. Therefore, we don't support this budget. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kennedy. I will now call upon the Honorable Du Plessis of the DA for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Chair. The Department of Higher Education and Training has a history of fraud, corruption, and systemic mismanagement in relation to NSFAS irregularities, SETA's under-administration, bogus colleges, and university-level corruption. Yet it is one of the departments that is central to sustainable transformation in South Africa. This is why the Democratic Alliance welcomes any movement towards real accountability in this department that needs to create a nation of work-ready women and men who belong and have a future in local and international markets. Various changes have been implemented by the DA Deputy Minister, Dr. Mimi Gondwe, over the past 2 years, and these bear mentioning. During her stint, she established the Deputy Minister's Help Desk, which successfully resolves more than 55,000 student queries related to NSFAS and diplomas, achieving a 90% resolution rate. Further, she was also instrumental in forging digital training partnerships with major tech and financial entities, including but not limited to Microsoft, Google, Old Mutual, and Takealot. She also took a firm stance against the registration and operation of bogus colleges while actively working to foster collaboration with legitimate private higher education providers. She routinely led institutional readiness and matric support programs, ensuring school leavers were guided through the transition into post-school education and funding options. It also bears mentioning that she took a whole-of-government approach when she focused on combating bogus colleges by working with the Department of Home Affairs, the Department of Labour, as well as SAPS. The Democratic Alliance believes that these interventions will continue under the new leadership, and we look forward to seeing the department catch, convict, and clean up callous individuals who feel nothing as they steal the future of our young people. Every person in this department needs to protect the hundreds and billions of rands budgeted for this department. As accountability is seemingly increasing, the Democratic Alliance supports the budget. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Du Plessis. I now call upon the Honorable Mokwele for 3 minutes. Honorable Mokwele.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and greetings to honorable members, fellow South Africans. Special greetings to the leader of delegation from Limpopo, MEC Tatemawai Shatomoro. The African National Congress rise to support the budget for 17 for the Department of Higher Education. The support for this budget is on the back foot of the department's commitment to ensure that transformation within higher education and training succeed. This vote of confidence must be accompanied by the significant increase of the capacity of our institution for the higher learning to accommodate a growing, efficient, and modernized skills development program that are responsive to the needs of our labor market, so that we do not continue to produce the growing number of unemployed graduates. This budget must also recognize the growing influence of the fourth industrial revolution and digitalization of the economy and the equip of our young people with the digital needed for the job of tomorrow. We call for the urgent intervention to address the governance challenges within the NSFAS and ensure all deserving students receive the necessary support during their studies. We hope that we will not experience avoidable student protests within the institution of higher learning. The funding must also align with the department KPIs and unauthorized, irregular, and wasteful expenditure must be avoided. For this reason, House Chair, the African National Congress declared its support for the budget vote 17. Ke a leboga. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mokwele. Honorable delegates, vote 17 is agreed to. I'm informed that the EFF and MK party object. The objections are noted. I now put vote 18, health. I've been informed that the following parties would like to make declarations of votes in terms of Rule 78 for 3 minutes. I therefore call upon the MK party, Honorable Mslongo, for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. MK Party declares that our clinics are collapsing while we pretend. As I alluded earlier in my debate speech on health before this House, medicine is finished in the Eastern Cape, in Limpopo, Northern Cape. Nurses work double shifts with nothing in their hands, no gloves, no drugs, no dignity. Mothers giving birth on the floor. Children sit for hours. Cancer patients are sent home to die. Chairperson Nelson Mandela declared in 1994, healthcare is a right and not a privilege. 32 years later, we ask this House, where is that right for the mother giving birth on a clinic floor? Where is the right for a child waiting 8 hours for Ponados? We warn this House that a sick nation cannot build a nation. A sick worker cannot work. A sick child cannot learn. 3 decades into democracy and rural clinics still have no doctors. Ambulances don't come. Medicine shelves are empty. That is not service delivery, Chair. That is abandonment. That is betrayal. MK Party declares what we declared then: health is not a privilege. In Section 27, it is a constitutional right. Fund clinics, fund hospitals, fund our people, people before profits, because a healthy nation is building a nation. Until the poorest child in Jozini gets the same care as the richest child in Rosebank, democracy is a lie. Kwazam Konto, we object. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mslongo. I now call upon the Honorable Sibande for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chairperson. During this youth month, the ANC like to declare to support the budget 18. People must not forget that many youth of this country were arrested. and some went to exile, and some died for their quest for healthy environment. Therefore, this budget seeks to redress the gap between the haves and the haves not. This budget will empower the department in order to amicably discharge their responsibility, to empower the department to be able to bring healthy services closer to the people. Unfortunately, all the prophecies of doom, they are in hell bent to cause destruction, not to empower the department by rejecting the budget. While some of them, they are just instrumental of imperialism, while the ANC is still on the back with its commitment with the Freedom Charter. The same parties, they don't have guiding documents. They don't have policies. The African National Congress believe that we must support this budget in order to address all the crises, because they are crying babies. They always cry, but they don't bring solution. The African National Congress is the only party who can address the solution, who can bring solution to the lives of the people, who can change the lives of the people. Honorable Chair, what is amazing, few days ago, as a multi-party, we went abroad in Sweden. When we arrived in Sweden, we discovered that they proposed NHI in South Africa. There, it started long, long ago, but people were so surprised. In the same delegation, we were together with some of the people who are rejecting the budget, but there they were clapping hands because we are in a foreign country, that it is right to implement 1, 2, 3. And here as African National Congress, we wanted to implement the very same thing, to make it cheaper and easier, to empower, to address all the crises in the, in the clinics, in hospital, and etc. To modernize the hospitals, to modernize our services in order to be equal to the task of the diseases of nowadays. So ANC support this budget more than 100%. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Sibande. Honorable delegates, vote 18 is agreed to, and I'm informed that the EFF and MK party object, and their objections are duly noted. I now move on and put to vote 19, social development. I've been informed that the following parties would like to make the declarations of vote in terms of Rule 78 for 3 minutes. I call upon the Freedom Front Plus, Honorable Briet.
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson. Adjunkvoorsitter, 'n maatskaplike toelaag is nie 'n guns van die staat nie. Vir miljoene Suid-Afrikaners is dit die verskil tussen kos en honger. Dit is waarom die chaos by SASSA so ernstig is. Wanneer die stelsel faal, is dit nie bloot 'n administratiewe fout nie. Dit raak werklike mense. Mense soos Johanna. Johanna het haar aansoek in Januarie reeds ingedien. Die aanlyn stelsel het dit aanvanklik aanvaar. Toe verdwyn dit met die opgraderings. En toe verskyn dit weer verlede week. Maar 6 maande later en sy wag steeds vir 'n antwoord. Maar niks nie. Geen oplossing nie en geen inkomste nie. Intussen hoor ons hoe die voortdurende hersiening van begunstigdes, die omstredenheid rondom die nuwe swart betaalkaarte wat einde Augustus tot 'n einde kom en die onsekerheid wat dit alles veroorsaak vir ons mees kwesbare Suid-Afrikaners. En die probleem is nie dat die staat nie genoeg data versamel nie. Die probleem is dat die staat nie sy eie administrasie behoorlik bestuur nie. Die Departement van Maatskaplike Ontwikkeling moet die mees kwesbare Suid-Afrikaners beskerm, maar te dikwels word hulle deur die stelsel self gefrustreer. Die VF+ ondersteun maatskaplike ondersteuning vir mense wat dit werklik nodig het, maar ons glo ook dat belastingbetalers die reg het om te verwag dat hierdie programme professioneel bestuur behoort te word. 'n Stelsel wat miljarde rand versprei, moet betroubaar wees. Dit moet vinnig wees, dit moet deursigtig wees en dit moet mense met waardigheid behandel. Hierdie jaar se verkiesing gaan nie oor beleid nie. Dit gaan oor mense soos Johanna. Dit gaan oor die vraag of Suid-Afrikaners bereid is om aan te hou leef met staatsinstellings wat nie hul basiese verantwoordelikhede nakom nie. Die VF+ glo Suid-Afrika verdien beter. Ons verdien 'n staat wat dienste lewer. Ons verdien 'n staat wat mense respekteer en ons verdien 'n regering wat verantwoordbaar is. Dit is elke Suid-Afrikaner se tyd. It is our time. Ek dankie.
Thank you very much, Honourable Breed. I now call upon the Honourable Finis, the ANC, for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chairpersons. Greetings to the honorable members and fellow South Africans. I declare on behalf of the African National Congress today that we support the Social Development Budget vote, recognizing its critical role in building a caring and self-reliant society, as envisioned by the Department of Social Development. This Social Development Budget vote is a testament to our commitment to addressing the persistent challenges of poverty, inequality, and vulnerability. The budget allocations reflect a deliberate strategy to uplift our communities, ensuring that no one is left behind. We note with concerns the real decline to the overall department's budget, particularly on the social assistance and social security policy and administration programs. This tightening fiscal space needs even greater efficiency, transparency, and targeted interventions. We commend the department's alignment with the National Development Plan, the Medium-Term Development Plan, the Sustainable Development Goals, and the AU Agenda 2063. The emphasis is on reducing poverty and tackling the high cost of living as outlined in the MTDP Priority 2, in particular crucial. The social grants, especially the old age grant and child support grant, remain vital anti-poverty tools, providing essential income support to millions. We welcome the department's effort to link social grant beneficiaries to economic opportunities and its vision for a basic income support policy. This is a crucial step towards reducing dependency on grants and fostering sustainable income generation. We also urge the department to address the neglect of children with disabilities, ensuring accessible facilities and services across all provinces, including SASSA offices. In conclusion, the ANC supports the Social Development Budget vote, understanding that it requires continuous oversight, adaptation, and unwavering commitment. We urge all honorable members to support this social development vote to help the department accountable for its effective and impactful implementation. Let us work together to build a South Africa where dignity, equality, and opportunity are accessible to all. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honourable Finis. Honourable delegates, vote 19 is agreed to. I'm informed that the EFF and MK party object and their objections are noted. I shall then put vote 20, women, youth, and persons with disabilities. The vote 20 is agreed to, and I'm informed that the EFF and MK party object. The objections are noted. I therefore move on and put vote 21, Civil Secretariat for the Police Service. Vote 21 is agreed to, and I'm informed that the EFF and MK party object, and their objections are noted. Honourable delegates, I shall then move on and put vote 22, Correctional Services. This vote is agreed to. I'm informed that the EFF and MK party object, and their objections are noted. I will then move on to vote 23, Defence. The vote is agreed to. I am informed that the EFF and MK party object, and their objections are noted. I then move on to vote 24, Independent Police Investigative Directorate. The vote is agreed to, and I'm informed that the EFF and MK party object, and the objections are noted. Honorable delegates, I then move on to vote 25, Justice and Constitutional Development. And I put the vote, and I've been informed that the following parties would like to make declarations of vote in terms of Rule 78 for 3 minutes, and then I call upon the DA, Honorable Mokai, for 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Honorable Deputy Chairperson. The total budget for Vote 25 stands at just over 26 billion rands in this current financial year. With these resources, the department aims to accelerate the rollout of its revised digitization and modernization strategy, migrating judicial functions towards a single independent judiciary, deepening the response to gender-based violence and femicide, and reinforcing efforts to tackle complex crimes, including money laundering and corruption. This comes at a time when, for so many South Africans, justice remains painfully slow, inaccessible, and inconsistent. When court rolls are congested, when cases are postponed repeatedly, and survivors of gender-based violence wait years for finality. The residents of Khalishiwe in the Northern Cape know the situation too well. The Khalishiwe Magistrates Court has been closed since 2023 due to structural defects and does not meet its reopening deadline, with the court now operating from the Kimberley Magistrates Court. This has resulted in a backlog of criminal cases growing in Kimberley, and we know too well when justice is delayed, justice is denied, which hinders how we catch, convict criminals, and clean up. What is becoming evident is that South Africans increasingly believe that there are two systems of justice in this country, one for the connected few and the other for everyone else. Very few South Africans feel safe in their own country. This budget vote, therefore, demands more than just finding solutions or funding allocations. It demands political will, institutional courage, and decisive leadership to truly catch, convict, and clean up. With those words, Honorable Deputy Chairperson, the Democratic Alliance supports this budget vote. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mokai. I now call upon the Honorable Nonkonyana of the ANC for 3 minutes.
Deputy Chairperson and honorable members, the people of South Africa, notwithstanding centuries of colonial rule and decades of apartheid rule, have resolved to adopt a constitution with a Bill of Rights having vertical and horizontal application. We have just celebrated its 30th anniversary early this month. This department is inter alia entrusted to process renewal of the Constitution, which is the supreme law of the land. The Constitution, amongst other things, guarantees that those entrusted by the people to govern themselves in line with fundamental African values espoused in the Constitution and to enable the judiciary to dispense justice without fear or favor. We're happy that the DA, through Honorable Mokai, is supporting the budget of this department and remain amazed, though, about DA's negative attitudes against all the department under the leadership of the ANC cadres. Truth be told, the policies that are basis of the laws of the Republic are progressive policies developed by the ANC government. We do not have DA ministers, but only ministers of states who are implementing laws based on progressive policies of the ANC. War, Honorable Mokai and your DA. Honorable members, between anarchy and democracy, there lies justice. Without justice, might will be right. The haves might continue to enjoy oppressing the have-nots, the poor and toiling masses of our beloved country. The need to provide this department with funds to pursue its programs as set out in the APP presented to this House cannot be overemphasized. We commend that this House approve the budget that was unanimously supported by the Senate Committee on Security and Justice under the able leadership of Comrade Mananiso. The plans have been provided to us a golden opportunity to perform our oversight responsibility. The ANC has called upon the department to ensure that the customary law is developed to be equal to the Roman Dutch law we have inherited, so that both systems can be subjected on an equal footing to the supreme law of the land, the Constitution of the Republic. In this regard, we look forward to capacitation of traditional courts in South Africa. Chairperson, the ANC supports this budget vote. I salute.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nonkonyana. Honorable delegates, vote 25 is agreed to. I'm informed that the EFF and MKP object, and their objections are noted. Honorable delegates, I shall now put vote 26, military veterans. The vote is agreed to. I'm informed that the EFF and MKP object, and their objections are noted. I then move on to vote 27, Office of the Chief Justice. The vote is agreed to. I'm informed that the EFF and MK Party object. The objections are noted. And then I move on to vote 28, and that is police. I've been informed that the following parties would like to make declarations of vote in terms of Rule 78 for 3 minutes. I call upon the MK Party representative, the Honorable Zulu, for 3 minutes.
Deputy Chairperson and honorable members, good morning once again. Deputy Chair, ngingayehlisa ivili. Can I take down my video, please?
Yes, honorable member, you may switch it off. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chairperson. The Umkhonto weSizwe Party rises to reject vote 28. This vote allocate more than 127 billion to South Africa's policing environment. Yet millions of South Africans continue to live in fear of violent crime, organized crime, extortion, gang violence, and corruption. The Auditor General continues to report recurring weaknesses in procurement, contract management, consequence management, and accountability. Parliament cannot continue approving larger budgets while the same governance failures are repeated year after year. Communities still experience detective shortages, DNA backlogs, delayed investigations, and poor police visibility. Crime statistics and daily lived experience demonstrate that increased spending has not translated into safer communities. Recent allegations involving senior police leadership and the Medicare 24 contract have further eroded the public confidence. Every rand lost to corruption is a rand taken away from frontline policing, forensic laboratories, and the victims waiting for justice. South Africans deserve a police service that protects communities, upholds the rule of law, and uses public money responsibly. Until government demonstrates that it can restore accountability, eliminate corruption, strengthen oversight, and ensure that the public funds reach frontline policing. Instead of criminal networks, the Umkhonto weSizwe Party cannot support these appropriations. For these reasons, the Umkhonto weSizwe Party rejects vote 28. Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the GNU, thank you so much for the opportunity given.
Thank you very much, Honorable Zulu. We shall now move on to the DA, Honorable Godsell, for 3 minutes.
Honourable Chair, when we debate this bill, we must stop pretending that the crisis in SAPS is simply a question of how much money is allocated. The real question is how that money is managed, prioritised and spent. Over the last few weeks, we have conducted oversight visits across a number of policing facilities, and we found a shortage of management accountability. But yet, instead of addressing the cadre-deployed, Lieutenant General Patekile is now writing memorandums to stations to tell them not to engage parliamentarians on oversight. And when Sergeant Tusani from Nyanga SAPS was gunned down in Lingalete West on Saturday, we must ask a hard question. Will his murder force urgent reform? And we must ask the same about Sinivuyo Jokwe, a DA activist and candidate who was assassinated in Dunoon on Saturday after helping residents participate in our democracy. Earlier this year, she opened a case after receiving threats linked to extortion in her community. The system did not protect her. Now she is dead. Her murder raises difficult questions about policing priorities. Sinivuyo's brutal murder is made worse by the irony that Sino campaigned tirelessly for greater visibility in Dunoon. During the debate on this budget, I told this House that when the Minister of Employment and Labour visited Dunoon during the by-election campaign, a brand new SAPS mobile station suddenly appeared alongside the ministers. Yet, when the minister and her truck
Honorable Member, we seem to have lost your audio. I recommend that you switch off your video.
Out of order, Chair.
Community remains policing presence and on. Sorry, Chair. So the community remained without the sustained policing presence that it had been demanding. And on Saturday, Sinivuyo was shot 10 times in a busy street and in broad daylight. And at a time when presidential protection and VIP protection and the Minister of Labour and Employment was protected, they continue to receive significant funding increases. And in communities like in Dunoon, they are left asking why resources seem readily available for ANC ministers, deputy presidents with blue light bullies and other politicians, but not for the residents pleading for basic policing services. Honourable Chair, on Sinivuyo, other party representatives that lost their lives over the weekend. And there are police and the units without rape and care. Despite to answer rape victims of the Western Cape for GBV-related investigations in May this year. How can we claim to stand for victims of gender-based violence when the most basic tools needed to investigate these crimes are simply not available? Until SAP's leadership and people like Lieutenant General Patekile prove that they can be trusted, no budget increase will fix a system that is failing at the most basic level. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Godsell. I now call upon the Honorable Mananiso of the ANC for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable Members and fellow South Africans. Honorable Chairperson,
Honorable Mananiso, can I ask you to switch off your video?
Message of support to those
Can I ask you to
who
switch
have
off your video
fallen
as your audio is not clear?
Okay, thank you, Chairperson.
That's better. Continue.
Thank you. Can you hear me now?
Yes, continue, please.
Thank you, Chairperson. I was saying, Chairperson, we want to send our message of support to the families of the victims who have lost their lives during the work of the election from different parties. Pay to them, and we want to say that their lives will not go in vain. We'll make sure that we follow through those cases. We support Vote 28, but we do so with one non-negotiable condition. No budget can rebuild public trust in SAPS without accountability, integrity, and the rooting out of corruption. The commitment and undertakings by the ministry is a reflection of a government at work in building safer societies. We demand a police service that is clean, professional, and on the side of the law. Honorable Chairperson, we want to commit that with this budget, all the Madanga recommendations and referrals will make sure that we follow through and everything is implemented accordingly. We want to say those who are found wanting, they must be taken through disciplinary measures. We want to support as well the lifestyle audit that has been committed by the minister that most of those who are in senior positions will be going through. And as the department and the ANC will always make sure that we follow through. In terms of the Act of Commission referrals, we want to say that all arrests and investigations linked to commission referrals must be prioritized and concluded. Justice delayed is justice denied, and public confidence erodes with every file left to gather the dust. In terms of issues of discipline and cleaning the house, we require a full review of sub-disciplinary regulations to ensure both fairness and efficiency. Members facing serious criminal charges must be removed from duty immediately. Those convicted of crimes involving dishonesty or violence must be dismissed. And we want to say, Honorable Chairperson, to those working for GBVF and in different spaces and police stations, we want them to understand that the GBVF has been declared as a national disaster. So we want all desks on deck and everybody must do just the right thing that they have to do. And we want to commit that with this budget, we will follow through that every police station must have a rape kit. And if they are not in the police station, they need to indicate in terms of which areas should those rape kits be found in, more especially in the area where we think that there's a intervention that needs to be done. But also we want to say with this budget, we advocate for modernization, automation to fast-track the services in the department. We support this vote, and with no any
Thank you very
hindrance
much,
of
Honorable
fear. I
Mananiso.
thank
Your
you.
time has expired. Thank you. Honorable delegates, vote 28, police, has been agreed to. I'm informed that the MKP and the EFF object, and their objections are noted. I then move on to vote 29, agriculture. I've been informed that the following parties would like to make declarations of vote in terms of Rule 78 for 3 minutes. I therefore call upon the Freedom Front Plus, the Honorable Van den Berg. You have 3 minutes.
Dankie voorsitter.
Please continue, Honorable Van den Berg. Honorable Van den Berg, can you switch off your video? Thank you. Please continue.
Befondsing en Chairman. Wonderful, thank you. Die Vryheidsfront Plus ondersteun hierdie begrotingspos. Hierdie broodnodige befondsing moet egter verseker dat gesondheidsorg vir gewasse en diere daarmee gefasiliteer word om uitvoeronderhandelinge en ooreenkomste te laat slaag en om ook navorsing mee te doen wat dit makliker kan maak vir alle boere in 'n onstabiele klimaat. Om grond te besit of te huur is nie toegang tot 'n skatkis nie. Boerdery veg harde en moeilike werk van sonop tot sononder in moeilike omstandighede. Die laaste ding wat landbouers nodig het, is 'n ongefokusde departement van landbou. Dit is reeds moeilik genoeg om as boer jouself te motiveer om daagliks te doen wat jy moet doen. Onder hoë insetkoste, lae winste en geweldige risiko. Ons rig 'n versoek aan hierdie departement en hul entiteite om politiek en ideologie eenkant te sit en saam te werk deur die wys
Unyamalele ngoku.
Mbuyise Khawunda, mbuyise.
Masimgqithe bantakwethu siye komnye.
Honorable Van den Berg.
Yes, I'm here.
Have you concluded? I lost you there for a while.
Yes, I have concluded. Thank
Thank
you,
you very
Chairman.
much. I now call upon the Honorable Mslongo of the MKP for 3 minutes.
Honorable Chair.
Yes. Yes.
Chair,
Honorable Slongo.
I believe the death met a few errors because with the higher education we were listed and we did not table that we will be doing declarations as MKP. And with agriculture as well, they made an error there as well. Thank you, Chair.
All right. Thank you very much. That's noted. I then move on to the EFF, the Honorable Montwedi, for 3 minutes.
Oh, thank you, Chair. Permission to keep my video off.
Yes, you may do so.
House Chair, we have already reflected as an organization that we do not support Budget Vote 29. For the purpose of this declaration, we must reply to the response by the Minister of Agriculture when we debated this budget vote, as he did not hear what we said. We don't know if we're addressing Minister John Steenhuisen or Minister Fanny Okamp. Anyway, these are the reasons for opposition. And we're happy as the EFF that we make this declaration when the new leader of the DA, Gordon Hill Lewis, has just agreed with us that Minister John Steenhuisen was a liability and has failed as a Minister of Agriculture, and we welcome his removal. Let me now assess the new DA leader with reasons why his decision to remove Minister Steenhuisen is right. Let's talk about FMD. Let me repeat it, and I hope Honorable Badenhorst will hear me correct this time around. FMD got out of control under Minister Steenhuisen and was better controlled before he came in. And he is fully aware that he dissolved a multidisciplinary team that managed to contain FMD and replaced that team with a DA-led veterinary, and only at a later stage reinstated back the team that managed to contain FMD. That's why we're saying FMD must be located right in the doorstep of the DA Minister of Agriculture. Now, the minister has also failed to coordinate a disaster on FMD and ensured that farmers that lost their livestock as a result of negligence by the state are compensated. We see defunding of agricultural colleges and failure to upgrade them to a status of institutions of higher learning, a promise that the minister made some 2 years ago, up until now not done. Infrastructure at agricultural colleges has collapsed, and the situation is getting worse now, and yet the funds were taken away from agricultural colleges. Under the watch of the ministers, farmers are struggling with market access, and the National Agricultural Marketing Council is sitting idling, not assisting farmers with markets. Cooperative and enterprise development that many farming communities benefited from has since been not implemented when the GNU started, because both Minister of Agriculture and Rural Development are fighting for control of the program, with employees idling and not doing anything there. Now, a promise of 10,000 extension services has not been delivered, where extension services is stretched. One extension officer services close to 2,000 farmers as opposed to a norm of just 300 farmers. With that, Chair, we reject Budget Vote 29 of the Department of Agriculture. For now, you must stop complaining.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Your time has expired. I shall therefore call upon the Honorable Pinar of the DA for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chairperson. I just want to apologize to everybody who had to listen to that ramble and propaganda from the EFF. But with that being said, Chairperson, as a Democratic Alliance, we are proud to support this budget. Agriculture is the lifeblood of this country, and we will always remain a priority for us.
Point of order, Chair.
The 7.8 billion being... Chairperson, can I continue?
If the minister was performing, why was he removed as a minister? I say we agree with the DA leader.
Honorable
What are you raising on?
Honorable Montwedi, I did not recognize you.
My apologies, Chair. My apologies.
Are you still standing on a point of order?
No, you said you did not recognize me. I apologize. I withdraw. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Honorable Pina, please continue.
Thank you, Chairperson. It's a shame. The 7.8 billion being invested in the department and its entities must work for our farmers and in turn ensure South Africa's food security. We also call on provinces to play their part, seeing that more than half of this budget is directly directed to provincial governments and as the implementing agents. We call on MECs and premiers to ensure that these programs reach their intended beneficiaries and that every rand is spent where it is needed most. Chairperson, agriculture has seen significant improvement over the last 2 years, from increasing exports to international markets to contributing positively towards employment and economic growth. The sector continues to demonstrate its resilience and importance in our economy. The foot and mouth disease outbreak is steadily being brought under control due to the efforts of the Minister, the Department, and industry stakeholders. Because of this progress, we are once again beginning to see the reopening of the meat export markets, which is greatly encouraging for the sector and for our economy, ensuring that farmers get the most for their products. Chairperson, agriculture succeeds when government, farmers, and industry works together. We move forward hand in glove with the sector stakeholders to ensure that no farmer is left behind, and we build a cohesive, competitive, and sustainable agriculture sector. Net saam, voorsitter, gaan ons die beste resultate bereik om boere se toekoms te verseker. Baie dankie. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Pinar. I now call upon the Honorable Modise of the ANC for 3 minutes.
Deputy Chairperson, members of the Council and people of South Africa. Today, as this House of Parliament, we take this opportunity to congratulate both Honorable Kim Medupi and Solima Bebo on their academic achievements with the University of Wits Business School. Indeed, a revolutionary has the responsibility to be educated. Deputy Chair, the African National Congress declares its full support for the budget vote of agriculture because we know this truth, that there's no freedom without land, there's no dignity without food, there's no future without farmers. The Department of Agriculture is not just an office, it's an instrument of restoration. It is the hand that gives back what was taken. We support this department because it must fight to support small-scale and emerging farmers. It must fight for access to water, access to markets, and access to finance. No farmer must fail because the state looked away. Food security for every household is a must. A child cannot learn on an empty stomach. A worker can no longer continue building on an empty stomach. Agriculture is not just economics. It is a life. The ANC will defend this department against budget cuts, will defend it against sabotage, will defend it against those who want their past to remain present. With that, Chair, I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Modise. Honorable delegates, vote 29 is agreed to. I'm informed that the EFF and MK party object and their objections are noted. We shall now move on to vote 30, communications and digital technologies. I've been informed that the following parties would like to make declarations of vote in terms of Rule 78. I therefore call upon the Honorable Boshoff of the DA for 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair. The Department of Communications and Digital Technologies is no longer simply responsible for communications policy. It is responsible for helping South Africa compete in a modern digital economy. Today, access to affordable and reliable connectivity influences whether a learner can study online, whether a small business can reach new customers, whether a job seeker can access opportunities, and whether government can deliver service efficiently. For this reason, the department's continued focus on expanding broadband access through the South Africa Connect program is welcomed. Connecting underserved communities remains one of the most effective ways to bridge inequality and ensure that all South Africans can participate in the opportunities offered by the digital economy. Under the current administration, there has been a renewed emphasis on accelerating digital transformation, expanding connectivity, and creating an environment that encourages innovation and investment. This is why we welcome the Minister's implementation of equity equivalence, which removes the barrier to investment that has kept South African internet expensive and out of rural and poorer communities. The department has also rightly prioritized digital transformation initiatives aimed at modernizing government services, improving efficiency, and creating an enabling environment for innovation and investment. These initiatives have the potential to improve service delivery while helping South Africa become more competitive in an increasingly digital world. The success of this department should ultimately be measured by outcomes and make sure more South Africans are connected and make sure businesses are able to compete more effectively and whether government services are becoming easier to access and whether more opportunities are being created in the digital economy. These are the questions that matter. The digital economy has the potential to become a major driver of economic growth, innovation, and job creation. The work undertaken by this department, therefore, extends far beyond the ICT sector itself. It affects education, economic development, service delivery, and South Africa's overall competitiveness. We will continue to support reforms that expand connectivity, promote digital inclusion, and modernize government services while maintaining oversight to ensure that these initiatives deliver meaningful benefits for all South Africans. Honourable Deputy Chair, the DA supports Budget Vote 30. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Boshoff. I now call upon the Honourable Mabilo of the ANC for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. I rise on behalf of the African National Congress to support Budget Vote 30. We believe that the allocation will assist us to advance our agenda of changing the lives of the people of South Africa. As the African National Congress, we recognize that digital transformation is not an option, but a necessity for inclusive growth, job creation, and improved service delivery. Our vision is that every South African, regardless where they live, must have equal access to digital transformation. The youth, women, people living with disabilities, the workers, SMMEs, the elderly must be empowered with digital skills and be afforded the opportunity to meaningfully participate in the digital economy. No one must be left behind. As the ANC, we support. Thank you for the opportunity, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Mabilo. Honourable delegates, vote 30 is agreed to, and I'm informed that the EFF and MK party object, and their objections are noted. I now put vote 31, employment and labour. The vote is agreed to. I'm informed that the MK party and the EFF object, and their objections are noted. I then put vote 32, forestry, fisheries and environment. And I've been informed that the following parties would like to make declarations of vote in terms of Rule 78. I therefore call upon the Honourable Pinar of the DA for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and the Environment carries an enormous responsibility. Under the leadership of DA Minister Willie Oukamp, the department is tasked with protecting our great forest, our vast oceans, and our precious natural environment. The Democratic Alliance proudly supports this budget, not merely for ourselves, but to ensure that these critical natural resources are protected for future generations of South Africans. We have already seen the Minister restore hundreds of fishing licenses to small-scale fishermen who depend on these licenses for their livelihoods and survival. Chairperson, we are also greatly encouraged by the decisive action taken against illegal fishing vessels that continue to threaten our waters and deplete our marine resources. We trust that the department will further increase pressure on foreign vessels engaged in illegal fishing, as they directly threaten employment opportunities, food security, and indeed the sovereignty of our waters. We have also seen the department drive the 10 Million Trees program to protect our indigenous tree species population and ensure that those at risk of extinction are preserved and flourishing for future generations to come. But most importantly, Chairperson, this budget of more than 9 billion should be viewed as an example of where the economy meets ecology. Protecting the environment and promoting economic development should never be seen as competing objectives. Environmental protection, job creation, and economic growth can coexist. And this budget demonstrates that, precisely that. By protecting our forests, oceans, and biodiversity, we are not only preserving our natural heritage, but also safeguarding the industries, jobs, and communities that depend on them. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Pienaar. I now call upon the Honorable Slanganisa Nodada of the ANC for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chairperson. I would like to apologize for the background. I've lost my gadget that has been empowered with the background. Honorable Deputy Chairperson, the ANC supports the vote 32, Forestry and Fisheries and Environment. We support it so that the department can resolve the issue of disservice to the small-scale fisheries who are forever denied the right to do fishing because they always get their fishing rights towards the end of the fishing season. This is why, Chair, you will find that these people are fishing without the authority because they are always denied the fishing rights. This is the most area where the poor people are forever oppressed, not only here, but throughout the country, along the coastal belt where they are doing fishing. With that hope, Chair, the ANC supports the budget vote. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Slanganisa Nodada. Honorable delegates, vote 32 is agreed to, and I've been informed that the EFF and MK party object, and their objections are noted. I shall then move on and put vote 33, human settlements. Vote 33 has been agreed to. I am informed that the EFF and MK party object, and their objections are noted. I therefore put vote 34, petroleum resource, and I've been informed that the following parties would like to make declarations of vote in terms of Rule 78, and I therefore call upon the Freedom Front Plus, Honorable Vandenberg, for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Please let me know if my bandwidth is not carrying. I believe in the previous round I had a problem with that, but I have changed my service supplier onto a new network, so hopefully we last. Voorsitter, die Vryheidsfront Plus ondersteun met versigtiging hierdie departement. Ons is redelik bewus van die bydrae wat minerale bronne in die verlede gelewer het om hierdie land uit te bou en ons is bekommerd dat beleidsonsekerheid oor eiendomsreg, lisensies, sekerheid en onwettige myners daartoe lei dat investerings skerp gedaal het en dat dit ernstig bydra tot verhoogde werksloosheid. Ons versoek dat hierdie departement met hul befondsing ernstig aandag gee aan die bogenoemde probleme, as ook 'n gunstige omgewing sal skep vir die uitbouing van die mynwese sektor en vir prospektering van minerale sodat 'n beter ondergunning kan plaasvind. Baie dankie.
Thank you very much, Honourable Van den Berg. Good afternoon, Honourable delegates. The next declaration will be delivered on behalf of the African National Congress by the Honourable Sitole.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I just hope that you'll allow me to not turn on my video so that I can be audible.
Yes, please continue, Honourable Member.
Okay, no, greetings to your good self, Honourable Chair, honourable members in the platform and the Republic of South Africa. The African National Congress rises to support the budget vote 34 on mineral and petroleum resource. The mining and the petroleum sector are not simply industries of extraction, they are the inheritance of the generation, the labor of those who came before us, and the foundation upon which much of our economy was built. The ANC has always held that this inheritance belongs to all people of South Africa.
And the work captured in this budget vote gives expression to that conviction. The ANC commend the department for its continued commitment to mine health and safety. South Africa is now counted amongst countries like Australia and Canada in terms of health and safety. The work of the inspectorate, the audit and the inspection undertaken across the country, and the ongoing collaboration with organized labor and employers through the tripartite mechanism of the sector all speak to the recognition that no economic activity, however valuable, can be allowed to come at the cost of the life of our workers. The dignity and the safety of the mine workers remains a cornerstone of our approach to this sector. The ANC further support the rehabilitation work being undertaken at the derelict and ownerless mine sites, the protection of the community and the environment from the legacy of the past mining activity, and the broader effort to ensure that the mining of the todays does not become the environmental burden of tomorrow. We commend the work being done to develop a regulatory framework for upstream petroleum health and safety and the steady reform of the legislative architecture governing sector. These are the building blocks of the competitive, transformed, and a sustainable industry. The mining sector must continue to create jobs, to invest in surrounding communities via social labor plans, and to share the wealth of the nation with those who produce it. This is the meaning of the Freedom Charter in our time. The ANC support this budget vote. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Sithole. Honorable delegates, the vote is therefore agreed to. I am informed that the EFF and MK party have tendered their objections. Those objections are duly noted. Honorable delegates, I put vote 35, Science, Technology and Innovation, to the House. The vote is agreed to. I am informed that the EFF and MK party have tendered their objections, and those objections are indeed noted. I now put vote 36, Small Business Development, to the House. I've been informed that the following parties would like to make declarations of vote in terms of Rule 78 and have a maximum of 3 minutes per declaration of vote. The Freedom Front Plus is the first to speak, represented by Honorable Van der Berg.
Baie dankie, voorsitter. Die Vryheidsfront Plus kan nie anders as om hierdie begroting te ondersteun nie. Klein besigheidsontwikkeling is nie onderhandelbaar nie. Dit is 'n baie belangrike begin vir groter besighede. Maar hoe dit tans gedoen word is baie belangrik en ons is bekommerd dat hierdie departement alself besig hou met glansfunksies en forums in plaas van om klein sake promovering op mikrovlak te bedryf. Die nuwe beplande besigheidslisensiering wetgewing kan geweldig negatief inwerk op klein besighede, aangesien dit die informele sektor negatief kan raak. Die VF+ kan nie die waarde daarin sien dat jong voornemende entrepreneurs eers vir toestemming moet vra om sake te kan doen volgens hierdie nuwe wetgewing nie. Hoe lank voordat net sekere mense sake mag doen? Hierdie voornemende wetgewing is gevaarlik. Hierdie departement het baie befondsing ontvang uit die begroting en ons sou dit graag ten opsigte van werkskepping op grondvlak vir alle bevolkingsgroepe wou sien. Ek dankie.
Dankie, achtbare Van den Berg. The next declaration on behalf of the Democratic Alliance will be delivered by the Honourable Boshoff.
Thank you very much, House Chair. South Africa will not solve its unemployment crisis through government alone. The real engine of job creation lies in the hands of entrepreneurs and small businesses that take the risk of investing, expanding, and employing others. That is why the Department of Small Business Development has such an important role to play. Government must create an environment where businesses can grow by reducing red tape, improving access to opportunities, and allowing entrepreneurs to focus on creating jobs rather than navigating bureaucracy. Small businesses cannot create jobs if they are strangled by red tape, corruption, and criminality. Across our country, entrepreneurs are confronted by theft, extortion, illegal trading, and other criminal activities that undermine legitimate enterprise. The fight against crime is therefore also a fight for economic growth and employment. The proposed business licensing bill has understandably raised significant concerns within the small business sector. Any legislation that increases compliance costs or administrative burdens risk making it harder, not easier, for entrepreneurs to succeed. Regulation should enable enterprise, not become another obstacle to growth. It is therefore encouraging that these concerns continue to be robustly raised within government, and that there are those who recognize the importance of protecting small businesses from unnecessary regulatory burdens. South Africa's entrepreneurs need less bureaucracy and more opportunity. Ultimately, the success of this department will be measured by one simple question: are South Africans finding work because more small businesses are succeeding? That is the outcome we should all be striving for. Honourable House Chair, the DA supports this budget vote. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Boshoff. Let's now go to the African National Congress, and it'll be the Honourable Modise speaking on their behalf.
House Chair, I take this opportunity to send sincere and heartfelt condolences on behalf of Parliament to the family of Councillor Dumi Mochawe of Ward 41 in Mfuleni local municipality, who passed away in the early hours of this morning. Councillor Mochawe was a devoted family man and a committed member and loyal supporter of the African National Congress, a movement he loved dearly and served with distinction. Death leaves wounds that nobody can heal, but memories that no one can erase. Rest in peace, Councillor Mochawe. You are more than a comrade to me. House Chair, the African National Congress declares its full support for the budget vote of small business development because we understand the basic truth. Jobs don't fall from the sky. Jobs are built by people with tools, with capital, and with courage. And those people are our township entrepreneurs, our rural traders, and our young innovators. The founding fathers of the Democratic Alliance locked our people out of the economy. They gave us laborers without ownership. They gave us consumers without producers. They drew the line between the formal economy and the people. The Department of Small Business Development exists to erase that line. It exists to turn hawkers into owners, to turn spaza shops into franchises, to turn ideas into industries. We support the department because it must deliver finance that reaches the ground, not loans that require title deeds that our people never had, not red tapes that take 6 months, but funding that is fast, fair, and aimed at townships and villages. On House Chair, remove tapes means markets opened. One form, not 10. One door, not 20. Government must buy from small businesses. We will legislate it if we must. A gogo selling fed cook is engaged in business transaction. The youth fixing phones is in business. They deserve training, safety, and respect, not harassment. The African National Congress stands with the street trader, the cooperative, and the startups. We stand with every South African who wakes up to great work where there was none. Our revolution was not just about votes. It was about bread, it was about business, and it was about ownership. The African National Congress supports this budget vote. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Modise. And the House would like to extend its condolences to the fallen councillor's family, friends, colleagues, and that, of course, includes yourself, Honourable Modise. May they rest in peace. Having said that, Honourable Delegates, the vote is agreed to. I am informed that the EFF and MK Party have tendered their objections to the vote, and those objections are noted. Honourable Delegates, I put vote 37, Sports, Arts and Culture, to the House. I've been informed that the following parties would like to make declarations of vote in terms of Rule 78. Again, each with a maximum of 3 minutes per declaration. We'll start with the Patriotic Alliance. Honourable Farmer.
Chairperson, thank you. Good day to you and honourable members. If you allow me to switch off my video, please.
Indeed. Thank you, Honourable Farmer. Please continue.
Thank you, Chairperson. Honourable Chairperson, the Patriotic Alliance proudly supports Budget Vote 37, Sports, Arts and Culture. This budget represents far more than funding for sports, artists, museums and cultural programs. It represents hope, opportunity, and social transformation for millions of South Africans. For too long, sport and culture have been viewed as secondary priorities. The Patriotic Alliance rejects that notion. We understand that the football field can keep a young person away from gangs. We understand that the library can open doors to a brighter future. We understand that an artist, musician, or cultural practitioner can create jobs, inspire communities, and preserve the rich heritage of our nation. Honorable members, under the leadership of Minister Gayton McKenzie, we have seen a renewed sense of urgency and purpose within the department. The Minister has consistently demonstrated that sports and culture are not reserved for the privileged few, but belong to every South African, whether they live in a metropolitan city, a rural village, a township, or an informal settlement. The PA welcomes the department's continued investment in grassroots development and programs, heritage preservation, as well as support for the creative sector. These initiatives create pathways for young people who often face limited opportunities in their communities. Chairperson, sports remains one of the most powerful tools for nation building. It breaks down barriers. It promotes discipline. It creates role models. It unites people across racial, cultural, and economic divides. Similarly, the arts and culture sector serves as a vehicle for storytelling, healing, and economic participation. Chairperson, as we support this budget, we also call for continued oversight to ensure that resources reach the intended beneficiaries and that programs deliver measurable outcomes. In conclusion, the PA believes that sports, arts, and culture are essential pillars of healthy, united, and prosperous society. We commend the Minister and the Department for their commitment to advance these objectives and for ensuring that opportunities are extended to all South Africans. Therefore, as patriots, we salute you, Honourable Minister. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honourable Farmer. And now for the African National Congress and Honourable Mokwele.
Thanks very much, Chairperson. If you can allow me to switch my video because of the network, if you don't mind. Chairperson, let me greet you, honorable members, fellow South African. But Chair, maybe allow me first, before I get to my declaration, to take this opportunity to congratulate Bafana for breaking the record for the very first time in the history to qualify for the second round, but also to applaud the President Matamla Ramaphosa, our president, our beloved president, for supporting Bafana in this regard. I call all South Africans to continue rally behind Bafana. Chairperson, as the African National Congress, we fully support budget vote 37 for the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture. But the support for this budget is not a blank. It's not a blank check that will allow the department to conduct its business as they wishes without accountability. However, this department has a moral and ethical obligation to ensure that the sports, arts, and culture sector reach all South African, more specifically the marginalized communities. The 6.3 billion allocation, if well spent, can go a long way for helping the sector reach its full potential. One of the ongoing challenges facing the sector remains the limited support provided to our creative sector, where we continue to emphasize better funding for the Mzansi golden economy to create more job opportunity in the broader culture and creative sector. We also call for this budget to level the playing field in the sports participation and excellence by investing more in the grassroots development. This allows for the better succession of the upcoming talent that will succeed the current well-performing Bafana, as I alluded initially. For this reason, the African National Congress is support for this budget vote. I thank you.
Honourable Mokwele. The vote is agreed to, honourable delegates, and I'm informed that the EFF and the MKP have tendered their objections. Those objections are noted. I now put vote 38, tourism, to the House. The vote is agreed to. I'm informed that the EFF and the MK party have tendered their objections. Those objections are noted. I now put vote 39, trade, industry and competition. I've been informed that the following parties would like to make declarations of vote in terms of Rule 78, with a maximum of 3 minutes per declaration of vote. We'll start once again with the Freedom Front Plus, Honourable Van den Berg.
Dankie, voorsitter. Ja, die Departement van Handel en Nywerheid kan soveel goeie ekonomiese doelwitte bereik, maar nog belangriker, hulle kan deur verkeerde aksies die land negatief beïnvloed wat ons vir geslagte lank kan seermaak. Die Vryheidsfront Plus keer hulle begroting goed, maar wil die departement tot orde roep en bewus maak dat ons land uit baie verskillende mense bestaan en dat hulle moet weer meewerk om vir al die landsburgers vooruitgang te bewerkstellig en nie net vir 'n gekonnekteerde paar deur BEE nie. Ons dankie.
Thank you, Honourable Van den Berg. I'd just like to reaffirm to members, we are busy with vote 38. I beg your pardon, vote 50. I beg your pardon. Honourable delegates, we are busy with vote 39, trade, industry and competition. The next declaration will come from the Honourable Bosso.
Thank you very much, House Chair. Again, South Africa's greatest challenge remains unemployment. Until our economy grows faster, until businesses invest with confidence, and until entrepreneurs are able to expand and create jobs, millions of South Africans will remain excluded from economic opportunity. That is why the work of the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition remains so important. The department sits at the center of efforts to attract investment, support industrialization, expand exports, and create an environment in which businesses can grow and employ more people. Economic growth does not happen by accident. It requires policy certainty, functioning infrastructure, reduced red tape, and a government that enables rather than hinders enterprise. In this regard, it is encouraging that increasing attention is being given to improving the ease of doing business and reducing unnecessary regulatory burdens. South Africa cannot regulate its way to prosperity. We must create the conditions for investment, innovation, and economic expansion. We must also recognize that economic growth cannot flourish where crime is allowed to thrive. Illicit trade, counterfeit goods, cable theft, extortion, and the destruction of economic infrastructure rob our country of billions of rands, undermine legitimate businesses, and destroy jobs. Every illegal product sold and every business forced to close because of criminal activity comes at the expense of economic growth and employment. The fight against economic crime is therefore not only a law enforcement issue, it is a growth and jobs issue. Equally important is ensuring that our regulatory institutions are effective, efficient, and capable of supporting businesses while protecting consumers and maintaining confidence in our economy. The ultimate measure of success for this department is straightforward. Are more South Africans finding work? Are more businesses investing? Are barriers to growth being removed? And is our economy becoming more competitive? These are the outcomes that matter. Honourable House Chair, the DA supports budget vote 39. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Boshoff. Let's go now to the African National Congress and the Honourable Sitole.
Thank you very much, Honourable House Chair. The African National Congress rises to support budget vote 39 of the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition. We do so because we firmly believe that the budget of the DTIC is critical for the economic development and job creation in South Africa. The adoption of the industrial development strategy that is anchored on 3 core pillars: diversification, decarbonization, and digitalization is a major milestone. This strategy is very important and will boost the nation's manufacturing capacity, halt deindustrialization, and create competitive advantage. This will be made possible by aligning our economic policies with global trends, stimulate job creation, infrastructure investment, and technological innovation. The ANC supports this vote because it is responding to the country's economic challenges, which include deindustrialization, slow growth, declining industrial capacity, dwelling investment in the economic productive sector, structural transformation and transition, and a backlog in infrastructure. In dealing with these challenges, the DTIC must deploy policy instruments to optimize the performance of the manufacturing sector, including the implementation of the sectoral master plan. This master plan will revitalize specific struggling or high potential sectors such as metal, automotive, and clothing industries. The struggling industries must be assisted to get them out of distress. Lastly, Chairperson, the ANC calls on the Department of Trade, Industry and Innovation finalizes trade agreement with countries like United States of America and China. Trade with African countries must be expanded, Chair. The ANC support this budget vote. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Sithole. Vote 39 is therefore agreed to. I am informed that the EFF and the MK party have tendered their objections. The objections are noted. Honourable delegates, I'll now put vote 40, which is transport, to the House. I've been informed that the following parties would like to make declarations of vote in terms of Rule 78. Once again, with a maximum of 3 minutes per declaration. We'll start with the MK party, Honourable Nzimande.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. MK Party objects to this bill, for it does not appreciate the interventionist role of the state in a developmental state. It does not appreciate the revolutionary and radical integrated transport network informed by need to address the South Africa's apartheid era spatial segregation, which has disproportionately affected Black and Africans. Reduced role of the government to that of a regulator and overseer weakens the developmental agenda. The DA, AfriForum, and Freedom Front Plus ancestors had used transport as a key instrument of apartheid policy. Social control and spatial segregation, which the ANC government failed to resolve to date. First capital program on behalf of PRASA, including National Station Improvement, Station Modernization, Commercial and Development, Workplace Improvement, and Energy Management, is initiated to clarify the scars left by the apartheid policies, social control, and spatial segregation, amongst others. Since 2019, the ANC government pursued a regressive policy, which included the privatization of key transport assets, with freight, rail, and port system under Transnet being the primary target for the primary benefit of white capitalists and foreign investors. Private sector participation models are driven by the interest of the private sector rather than the objective and long-term development needs of the country. The GNU speaks of smart mobility corridors while rural commuters still walk barefoot on broken gravel. The only smarter here is how tenders are structured to benefit the few. With this bill, there shall be no realization of economic growth, connection between the rural to the cities and towns, community journeys shall not be reduced, accessibility to quality healthcare services in some parts of the country where there was none. The radical transformation of aviation shall be a dream deferred. A road fatalities shall not and will not be eliminated for the department plan to achieve deaths at a reduced rate, so they stated in the plan. Umkhonto weSizwe object to this budget vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Nzimande. The next declaration will come from the African National Congress through Honorable B.S. Mabebu.
Thank you very much, House Chair. Greeting to yourself and the entire honorable members. The transport sector remains a strategic pillar of South Africa's economy. It connects people to opportunities, links business to market, and supports trade and economic development access our country. This budget vote demonstrates government commitment to invest in road, rail, aviation, and maritime transport. This investment will strengthen infrastructure, stimulate economic growth, create jobs, and improve service delivery. We acknowledge the progress made by the department and its entities in strengthening governance and improving operational performance. This a strong platform to continue building a reliable and efficient transport system. South Africa continues to uphold internationally recognized aviation safety standards. Continued investment in airport infrastructure and air navigation system will support tourism, trade, and economic recovery. Our ocean economy presents significant opportunities, strengthening maritime safety and regulatory capacity will protect our environment while enhancing South Africa's position in global trade. The ANC support transport. For these reasons, we support the budget vote for transport. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Mabebo. Honorable delegates, the vote is agreed to. I'm informed that the EFF and MK party object. The objections will be noted. Now I put vote number 41, water and sanitation. I've been informed that the following parties would like to make declarations of the vote in terms of Rule 78. The first part to declare is Honorable Nzimande.
No, thank you, Honorable House Chair. MK Party objects to this bill, for it does not appreciate the scale of the problem and shall not offset the historically backlogs on water infrastructure and wastewater treatment works planned. Accordingly, it shall not result to impactful meaning to the lives of the citizens. It is myopia for the department to argue as if it is not part of the cabinet and IGR. The bill continues to subject black child to the living condition characterized by the raw sewer running in their yard streets and our dams. Singabantu la abamnyama sinenkinga asinabo mpompi sisebenzisa imfula la esithi masiyohlamba khona inyama yethu mangabe senza imisebenzi sihlamba ngendle. Uhulumeni akanendaba nathi. Our dignity is taken away. Abantu bakithi baphoqeleka ukuthi namanje baqhubeke bayozikhulula emahlathini nasemahoshini. Angeke sivume ngoba le budget ayikhombi ukuthi izokwazi ukubanceda ukuthi kungabe kusenzeka lokho. Isiminingi leminyaka. Kwezinye indawo ke njengakwahlathi eyithwala ekuvukeni Mhlumayo and Lime Hill, abantu kumele baze bateleke bese umasipala wase-Alfred Duma uyawaletha amanzi. Kwaphela nje isiteleka ubuyisa ama-water tanker ngapheli lapho abahlomula khona abadla khona. Lokhu kwenzekile-ke sikubonile nase-COJ eDobsonville, eZola, eMndeni, eZondi, eJabulani. Same thing happened for more than 2 weeks. No water. Water tankers are used because abantu bafuna ukusebenzisa imali for ukhetho lasekhaya. Sithi woza November 4 sizothatha umasipala ahamba amasela. The bill does not assist in water conservation and preventing water wastage. The outcome as couched in the bill lacks strategic direction of the department in terms of mitigating strategies in relation to water wastages. Furthermore, the way the outcomes is couched in the department is not having long-term goal to eliminate water wastage and water preservation. Bakhuluma ngama irrigation, kodwa lokho bayadideka. I understand ukuthi ama irrigation are not necessarily the preventative measures for wastewater. City NDP goal 2030 for achieving universal access on basic water services remaining empty and achieved. Abawuthisho labantu alutha continua asiyimukeli siyayikhahlela ngazo zombili. Siyabonga baba.
Thank you, Honorable Zimanda. The next declaration comes from the Freedom Front Plus, Honorable T. Breed.
Dankie, huisvoorsitter. Huisvoorsitter, water is nie 'n luukse nie. Dit is een van die mees basiese verantwoordelikhede van enige regering. Tog word miljoene Suid-Afrikaners steeds gekonfronteer met onderbrekings, lekkasies, infrastruktuurverval en wateronsekerheid. Ons hoor gereeld van groot planne, meesterplanne en strategiese raamwerke, maar mense kan nie beleidsdokumente drink nie. Hulle benodig water. Hierdie week het inwoners in Petrusstein in Ketwana en Zastron in Moakare weer vir meer as 5 en 7 dae onderskeidelik sonder water gesit. 'n Hele week en steeds duur die probleme voort. Nie omdat daar 'n natuurramp was nie, nie omdat daar oorlog was nie, maar omdat die stelsel eenvoudig nie funksioneer soos dit moet nie en die munisipaliteite nie geld het om TLB's te koop of 'n materiaal om die lekkasies reg te maak nie. En dit is nie 2 geïsoleerde gevalle nie. Van Gauteng tot die Vrystaat, van die Noord-Kaap tot KwaZulu-Natal, ervaar gemeenskappe toenemende druk op waterinfrastruktuur wat vir jare nie behoorlik onderhou is nie. Die tragedie is dat Suid-Afrika nie 'n gebrek aan beleid het nie, ons het 'n gebrek aan uitvoering daarvan. Begrotings word toegeken, planne word aangekondig, maar die krane bly droog. Die 5+ glo dat die oplossing begin by verantwoordbaarheid. Wanneer infrastruktuur verval, moet iemand aanspreeklik gehou word. Wanneer projekte misluk, moet iemand verantwoordelik gehou word. En wanneer gemeenskappe sonder water sit, moet daar gevolge wees. Want sonder water is daar geen ekonomiese groei nie. Sonder water is daar geen ontwikkeling nie. En sonder water is daar geen waardigheid nie. Hierdie jaar se verkiesing gaan oor meer as politieke partye. Dit gaan oor die vraag of Suid-Afrikaners bereid is om aan te hou leef met dienslewering wat al hoe verder agteruit gaan. Die 5+ glo dat dit beter gedoen kan word. Ons kan infrastruktuur herstel, ons kan dienslewering verbeter en ons kan vertroue herstel. Dit is nou gemeenskappe se tyd. Ek dankie.
Thank you, Honorable Breed. The next declaration will come from the Democratic Alliance, Honorable Dr. Skekogel.
Honorable Chairperson, I greet you in the name of Ward 15 in Rustenburg, where it was our time, Mr. Dia, and that nobody else and the rest tumbled into the sea. Meti kebo bohepelo, water is life. So let me put the only question that matters. Does this budget put water in taps? We can recite the percentages, 90% access to water, but the man on the street does not read the APP. They read empty buckets. He feels the reliability supply of collapse of 67%. He feels 47 of our clean water is lost to leaks before it reaches our homes. South Africans just want water in taps. And the hard truth is 19% of rural South Africans still do not have reliable water. 1 in 3 has no basic sanitations. South Africans drink from boreholes laced with E. coli, which is right beside the very schools where our children learn. Geen water, geen waardigheid. So if you have no water, no dignity. This is not charity. Section 727 of the Constitution guarantees everyone the right to access to sufficient water. Section 2 makes that right supreme and says it's our obligation that's imposed to us to fulfill. And Section 63 of the Water Service Act does not ask the minister to intervene. In collapsing municipalities, it compels her to do so. Yet while taps run dry from Gauteng to the Free State, the department hides behind its limited powers and yet forms another failed task team. And then on the water board, all we ask is one simple thing: merit-based appointments with experience in engineering, finance, and among others to keep the waters flowing. Our people thirst while jobs go to connected cadres, not to competent people. So imagine living in a home with no water and returning in the evenings with none. Rain does not fall on one roof. Our responsibility is shared, but so is the urgency. Safe water is not a favor from government. It's our fundamental human right. Genoeg is genoeg. The people judge us not by our plans, but whether the water comes out of their tap. So let's just stop debating powers, that those are delegated to do so, and they are afraid to use it and start delivering water, our constitutional promise. We support this budget, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Honorable Sibande.
This happened.
All right, I have concluded, Honorable Skerikocha. Thank you.
Yes, Chairperson, I want to say we do support the budget. Keleboa, Tanki, I thank you.
Thank you. The next declaration will come from the African National Congress from Honorable M. Dlangisa Notata. Honorable Notata.
Honorable House Chair, please allow me to speak without the.
All right.
Yes. I rise on behalf of the African National Congress and would like to declare upfront that the ANC supports the budget vote 41, water and sanitation. We support it, Honorable House Chair, for its commitment to intensify support to municipalities. This to the ANC will bring back the dignity of the people of this country, because we believe that the allocated budget of 12.3 billion through infrastructure grant to the municipalities will deal with the water leaks that affects the delivery of clean water to our communities. It is also directed to the completion of long-delayed infrastructure projects, rehabilitation of water treatment works and wastewater systems, expansion of water supply to unserved communities, and a lot, as the Minister tabled in the budget vote. With all said, Honorable Chairperson, the ANC supports the budget. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Dlangisa. Honorable delegates, the vote is agreed to. I'm informed that the EFF and MKP object. Their objections will be accordingly be noted. Now I put vote 42, land reform and rural development. I've been informed that the following parties would like to make declarations of the vote in terms of Rule 78. The first party is MKP through Honorable Mhlongo.
Thank you, Chair. Ngicela ukubingelela Chair, bengicela ungayivuli bandla i-video yami.
Yebo.
Ngiyabonga kakhulu. I rise up on behalf of Umkhonto weSizwe. We declare the land remains the unfinished business of 94. According to the 2017 state land audit, 72% of farms and agricultural holdings owned by individuals sit in the white hands, while millions of black families across all 9 provinces remain landless, homeless, and without dignity. Chairperson, we were promised willing seller, willing buyer. 32 years later, the willing seller never came. People are born landless, they die landless unless we act now. In this debate, we said land is not a commodity. Land is identity. Land is security. Land is ancestry. It is the foundation for jobs, food, and freedom. We cannot speak on development while the land our ancestors bled to stay locked away. So MK Party declares that what we declared then, that the land must be returned to our people. Unite the land must be returned. Every other promise is empty. Until the land is returned, every other promise is empty. MK objects. Siyabonga Mphathi.
Thank you. The next declaration is from Honorable Kennedy, EFF. Honorable Kennedy. Honorable Kennedy. I'm going to count to 3 and then you'll pass. And then will not come after Honorable Mdise. 3, 2, 1, over. The next declaration will come from the African National Congress through Honorable M.G. Modise.
House Chair, today we commemorate the 71st anniversary of the Freedom Charter. That's why, as the African National Congress, we reaffirm our support to the Land Reform and Rural Development Budget vote, because the land question is a freedom question. You cannot be free on a land that you do not own. You cannot be dignified in villages with no roads, no water, and clearly no future. Apartheid was not just a political tool meant to benefit few, but it was also about spatial planning and subjecting the majority to be landless. Apartheid drew lines on farms, on families, and on our history. It forced our people into 13% of the land. It made the majority strangers in their own country. The Department of Land Reform and Rural Development exists to reverse that crime. It exists to return, to restore, and to rebuild the majority of this country. We support this department because it must deliver 4 things. First, it must the restoration with agency. Claims lodged must be settled. Title deed must be handed over, not in 10 years, but now. We will give land to black farmers, to women, to young people, but we'll also give tools, training, and markets. Land without support is abandonment. Thirdly, no more evictions in the night. No more families with no rights where they were born. The extension of Security of Tenure Act must be enforced. And lastly, irrigation schools, clinics in rural areas cannot remain without being implemented with agency. Labor reserves that come from the rural areas must no longer be an issue. The rural areas must be same as the cities and be centers of life and work. To those who fear land reform, we say, you will not collapse agriculture or this country. We will expand it. The hands that built this country's farm will now own and grow them. The ANC stands with the landless, the CPAs, the trust, and the cooperatives doing the work. The Freedom Charter said it in 1955. We repeat it in this house today in 2026, and our convent is very clear. The land shall be shared among those who work it, and the soil shall feed those who tilled it. The department has our mandate, it has our support, and it has our agency. As the mighty African National Congress, we support the budget vote. Phambili with rural development, phambili. Mandla!
Thank you, Honorable Modise. The vote, Honorable Delegates, the vote is agreed to. I'm informed that the EFF and MK party object. Their objections will be accordingly recorded. Now we're done with all the departments which are informed there. I now put the entire Schedule 1. Are there any objection to the adoption of the entire Schedule 1? The objections, I heard that the objections of the EFF and MKP will be noted. Therefore, Schedule 1 is agreed to. Now we proceed to the votes on Schedule 2. I put a vote 3, cooperative governance. The vote is agreed to. I'm informed that the EFF and MK party object to the objection, and the objection will be accordingly be recorded. I put vote 8, National Treasury. The vote is agreed to. I'm informed that the EFF and MK party object. Their objections will be accordingly be recorded. I now put vote 11, Public Service and Administration. The vote is agreed to. I'm informed that the EFF and MK party object. Their objections will be accordingly be recorded. I now put vote 22, correctional services. The vote is agreed to. I'm informed that the EFF and MK party object. Their objections will be accordingly be recorded. Now I put the entire schedule 2. The schedule is agreed to. I'm informed that the EFF and MK party object, and the objections will be accordingly be recorded. Over to you, Chairperson of the Council.
Thank you very much, Honorable Khatebe. Honorable delegates, we shall now proceed to the second order, which is the consideration of the appropriation bill and the report of the Select Committee on Appropriation thereon. I call upon Honorable Lekhwase, who's the chairperson of the Select Committee on Appropriations, to present the committee report. Honorable Lekhwase, you have 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson of the NCOP, Honorable members, permanent and special delegates present here today, and fellow South Africans. Honorable Chairperson, it is my privilege to table before this House the report of the Select Committee on Appropriations on the Appropriation Bill, which is Bill 4 of 2026, which was adopted by the committee on the 24th of June 2026. The bill was tabled by the Minister of Finance as part of the 2026 budget in terms of Section 27, subsection 1 of the Public Finance Management Act, and subsequently referred to the National Council of Provinces for consideration. As part of its oversight responsibilities, the committee received briefings from the National Treasury, the FFC, and the PBO, in accordance with the provisions of the Money Bills Amendment Procedure and Related Matters Act. In fulfillment of Section 72 of the Constitution, the committee facilitated public participation through advertisements published in all 11 official languages and direct engagement with stakeholders. Written and oral submissions were received from several organizations representing labor, civil society, fiscal policy experts, public health advocates, and community-based organizations. National Treasury also responded to the issues raised by the public hearings. Honorable Chairperson of the NCOP, the committee notes that the 2026 Appropriation Bill is tabled at a time when South Africa continues to face a significant fiscal pressures, persistent service delivery challenges, and growing demands on limited public resources. The committee further notes that the effectiveness of public expenditure depends not only on the availability of resources, but also on the state's ability to implement programs efficiently, strengthen accountability, and improve service delivery outcomes. Accordingly, the committee made the following key recommendations. Firstly, on infrastructure delivery and public investment, National Treasury and relevant departments should report within 90 days of the performance of major infrastructure grants, implementation bottlenecks, procurement readiness, and measures undertaken to accelerate project delivery. Secondly, on data integrity and fiscal planning, Statistics South Africa and National Treasury should report within 120 days of the utilization of additional funding, progress in filling critical vacancies, and measures undertaken to strengthen the quality and reliability of data used for fiscal planning and equitable share allocations. Thirdly, we agreed on conditional grants and expenditure oversight that National Treasury should strengthen accountability frameworks, improve performance reporting, and enforce consequence management to persistent underperformance by recipients' institutions. Fourthly, on performance information, departments administering conditional grants should improve the quality, consistency, and standardization of performance reporting and strengthen the alignment between expenditure and measurable service delivery outcomes. Fifthly, on economic development and productive investment, the National Treasury and Financial and Fiscal Commission should, during the 2027 budget process, outline measures to improve the balance between consumption, expenditure, and infrastructure-led growth. Sixthly, on state capacity and skills shortage, the Department of Public Service and Administration, together with the National Treasury and provincial governments, should report on progress made in filling critical frontline vacancies, strengthening employee verification systems, and improving recruitment processes. Seventhly, on municipal governance and financial sustainability, government should strengthen municipal financial recovery interventions, improve revenue management systems, and accelerate the review of local government fiscal framework. Eighthly, on payroll integrity and compensation budgeting, measures should be implemented to strengthen payroll verification systems, improve personnel data integrity, and enhance compensation budgeting process. Ninthly, on governance and accountability of public entities, National Treasury should strengthen oversight, accountability, and performance monitoring of institutions receiving transfers and subsidies. Lastly, on poverty and food insecurity, government should improve the effectiveness, targeting, and impact on social expenditure programs aimed at reducing poverty, inequality, and food insecurity. Honorable Chairperson, as the appropriation bill marks a final piece of legislation in the annual budget cycle, the committee's work will now increasingly shift towards an in-year monitoring and oversight. In this regard, instruments such as Section 32 reports of the PFMA and Section 71 reports of the MFMA will become critical in enabling Parliament to monitor expenditure trends, implementation, performance, and service delivery outcomes throughout the financial year. Now, allow me to express my sincere appreciation to all members of the committee, the stakeholders, the media houses, the public, and the committee support staff for their valuable contribution throughout this process. The Select Committee on Appropriations therefore recommends that this House adopts the Appropriation Bill, which is Bill 4 of 2026, without amendments. I thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Lekgwase, for a well-tabled report. Accordingly, I want to take this opportunity and afford the political parties to make declarations. I will start off by PA Party.
Thank you, Chairperson. We have no declaration to make. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Farmer. The Freedom Front Plus.
Thank you, House Chairperson. Voorsitter, hierdie begrotingswetsontwerp gaan uiteindelik oor een eenvoudige vraag. Kry Suid-Afrikaners waarde vir hulle geld wat hulle betaal? Die belastingbetaler werk harder as ooit, maar te veel departemente lewer minder as ooit. Ons sien dit by munisipaliteite wat verval, ons sien dit by waterstelsels wat faal, ons sien dit by staatsinstellings wat nie eens hul mees basiese administratiewe funksies behoorlik kan uitvoer nie. Die probleem in Suid-Afrika is nie altyd 'n gebrek aan geld nie. Te dikwels is dit 'n gebrek aan verantwoordbaarheid. Jaar na jaar keer hierdie parlement miljarde rand goed. Jaar na jaar hoor ons dieselfde beloftes. En jaar na jaar sien ons dieselfde probleme terugkeer. Die VF+ glo dat elke rand wat deur die belastingbetaler betaal word, met dieselfde sorg bestuur behoort te word as wat 'n gesin sy huishoudelike begroting in 'n maand bestuur. Geld moet resultate lewer, nie net uitgawes nie. Nie net aankondigings nie en nie net nuwe planne nie, maar werklike resultate. Veilige gemeenskappe, betroubare water, werkende munisipaliteite, funksionerende staatsinstellings. Dit is waarvoor die publiek betaal en dit is waarvoor die publiek stem. En dit is waarom hierdie jaar se verkiesing so belangrik gaan wees. Dit gaan nie bloot oor politieke ry nie. Dit gaan oor prestasie, dit gaan oor verantwoordbaarheid en dit gaan oor die reg van belastingbetalers om te verwag dat hul geld verstandig aangewend word. Die VF+ sal altyd verantwoordelike besteding, goeie regering en aanspreeklikheid steun. Want uiteindelik behoort die staat aan die mense en nie mense wat aan die staat behoort nie. Dit is ons tyd. Ek dankie.
Baie dankie, mevrou. Ons gaan na UDM. Honorable Peter. We will now proceed to IFP. Honorable Deputy Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Chair and honorable colleagues, today we spent most of the day debating the various budgets that were placed before us over the past 3 weeks. And we must keep in mind always that this is not just about money. It's about how this money can be used to improve the lives of our people. It must be an instrument that will ensure that communities across our country benefit from the budgets that we have approved. Those of us that have done oversight in our various provinces, we've seen the kind of poverty that exists. We've seen the kind of infrastructure that needs to be improved upon so that our economy can grow. And therefore, it is imperative upon us to conduct our oversight role in a manner that will ensure that this budget that we are passing will indeed improve the lives of our people. And we must take it upon ourselves as elected members who are representing our provinces to ensure that our provinces benefit from these budgets and to hold executive to account. It is our sworn duty that we do so. Having said that, Honorable Chairperson, I thank you.
Thank you so much, Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP. Honorable Makesini, who's standing in for the EFF party. I'll move on to MK party. Honorable Mhlongo.
Hi, Chair. Honorable Machola will be doing the declaration, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Machola.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Greetings to the colleagues once again. Madam Chair, having listened to the different debate on individual votes, it is clear, Madam Chair, from the debate that South African borders will still be widely open. 9.5% reduction on the allocated to the Department of Home Affairs will not address the challenges of long queues on the offices of the Department of Home Affairs, where people will be trying to access their birth certificate, marriage certificate, and death certificate. Again, Madam Chair, with regards to the education, it's clear that the reduction by 0.1% will still deprive the constitutional right of the South African child, the constitutional right which is contained on Section 29 of the Constitution. Further, Madam Chair, with regards to negative 22.7 growth on the allocation on the informal settlement, the people from Khayelitsha will still remain in the informal settlement that they are living in right now, and the economic growth, Madam Chair, will struggle to grow, which is struggling at the moment to reach the 2% growth, which is against what the NDP 2030 requires us to do. Madam Chair, with regards to the public participation, we believe that the contributions from the various stakeholders doesn't give us a clear picture of what is happening in the all corners of the country. Therefore, we believe that the just 8 stakeholders who participated on the public participation processes were not sufficient. Therefore, Madam Chair, the MK party do not support and we reject the appropriation bill B4 of 2026 as it tabled to us. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Member. We are now proceeding to DA party.
Thank you, Chairperson. The DA supports this appropriation bill because it provides the funding required for government to function and to deliver services to the people of South Africa. At a time of economic stagnation, rising unemployment, and increasing pressure on the public purse, Parliament has a constitutional duty to scrutinise every rand entrusted to the executive. That duty makes today's proceedings amongst the most important on Parliament's calendar. It is therefore deeply disappointing that the ANC chose to downgrade this critical sitting by forcing it onto a fully virtual platform at the 11th hour. A sitting that was scheduled as a fully in-person, three-line whip was changed without proper consensus, largely because ANC members wanted to return home early. Convenience has been played.
Point of order, Chair.
Honorable Brits, there's a point,
responsibility.
Honorable Brits, there's a point of order. Honorable Mananiso.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Chair, I want to indicate that the member is just misleading the country, and there's nothing wrong about a visual meeting. There's an agreement that this meeting will be visual, so he must not take us back from what could have transpired from yesterday's discussions. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mananiso. The order is sustained. Can you please proceed with your declaration, Honorable Member, noting what has been raised by Honorable Mananiso as a
Point of order,
statement?
Chair.
It doesn't have a declaration.
Point of order, Chair.
Honorable Badenhorst.
Chair, thank you very much. Chair, the honourable member is busy with a declaration. It's every party's right to declare as they wish on the bills. So the point of order you've just sustained is out of order. It is our democratic right to declare on the bill. Thank you.
Relevancy.
Honorable Badenhorst, you are very much out of order. The point of order is sustained as raised by Honorable Mananiso. There's a hand of Honorable Khwase as well.
Thank you, Chair. My intention was to talk after the speaker on the podium is done, but whoever that is renaming Gadget can be an EFF member. Kindly correct it.
The point is noted, Honorable Khwase. Can we request our front table to rename Honorable Khwase's gadget correctly to the member of the African National Congress? Thank you so much. You may proceed, Honorable Brits.
Thank you, Chairperson. The appropriation bill is not another routine item on the order paper. It determines how hundreds of billions of rand will be allocated across government departments. It deserves robust debate, direct engagement, and visible accountability. Parliament cannot effectively hold the executive to account when members participate from living rooms, airports, and holiday destinations, rather than from the chamber where they are expected to discharge their constitutional responsibilities. South Africans expect Parliament to treat the national budget with the seriousness it deserves. They do not expect Parliament to adapt its program to suit the travel plans of the ANC. While the DA supports this bill, support does not mean giving government a blank check. We will continue to demand measurable outcomes for every appropriation. Departments that fail to spend effectively, tolerate corruption, or repeatedly miss performance targets cannot expect automatic increases year after year. Every allocation must translate into better infrastructure, safer communities, reliable services, and economic growth. The GNU has demonstrated that capable leadership can begin to restore confidence where reform-minded ministers are allowed to govern. But Parliament must match that commitment through rigorous oversight and unwavering accountability. The DA will support this appropriation bill while continuing to insist that every taxpayer rand delivers value and that Parliament itself lives up to the constitutional standards expected of it, both in how allocated public funds and in how seriously it conducts the business of the people. I thank you.
I now invite Honorable Radebe, who's representing the African National Congress.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, distinguished delegates. On behalf of the African National Congress, I rise to declare our unequivocal support for the report of the Select Committee on Appropriations regarding the Appropriation Bill. Our affirmation here today is rooted in the clear mandate given to us by the people of South Africa and is firmly guided by the resolutions adopted at the 55th National Conference of the ANC. Honorable members, this appropriation bill is not simply a legislative instrument. It is a practical expression of the will of the people entrusted to us to realize a better life for all. The ANC fully endorses all the recommendations of the Select Committee and views this bill as a vital vehicle for the implementation of nation's developmental priorities in 2026 and 2027. Honorable members, through this appropriation bill, the ANC seeks to achieve the following priorities: investment in education and skill development. As the result on our 55th National Congress, education remains the apex priority of the sustained transformation. We therefore support the allocation of substantial resources to improve the quality of basic and higher education, expand access to early childhood development, and advance technical and vocational training. This approach is consistent with the Freedom Charter's call that the doors of learning and culture shall be open. In driving that industrialization and job creation, the ANC is resolute in promoting industrialization, local procurement, and growth of small and medium enterprises, stimulating the job creation and broad-based economic empowerment. As the Freedom Charter states, the people shall share the wealth of the country. In strengthening the social cohesion and safety nets, recognizing the persistent inequalities in our society, the ANC supports the increased allocation for social development, higher education and training, cooperative governance, police, women, youth, and persons with disability. As our resolutions affirm, we are steadfast in building a caring society that leaves no one behind. Honorable Chairperson, as we pass this appropriation bill today, we are marking the 71st anniversary of the Freedom Charter. Let us reaffirm the words of the Freedom Charter, the South Africa's foundational document for social justice. The Charter declares, there shall be houses, security and comfort. There shall be work and security. The people shall govern. What is very important, Chair, as I said when I opened, we support this budget. But what is very important here about Honorable Brett is that it is not your time now. It has always been your time. The land was taken from the historical disadvantaged people and given to your forefathers so that they can work on it with marginalizing the indigenous people. So it has always been your time. You cannot come and mislead us here today. Thank you, Chair. We NC supported the budget vote.
Thank you, Honorable Khatebe. Honorable delegates, we are preparing to vote. I just want to allow members to settle. I'm now affording members 30 seconds, those who are outside the virtual chamber, to join the House. Thank you, honorable members. And it looks like members are well disciplined and there isn't anyone who has joined in. So everyone is in the House, and thank you for that. We now proceed to voting on the question, and the question is that the bill be agreed to. The delegates who vote in favor should please raise their hands and keep them raised until the voting closes. That includes the special delegates from our provinces. Thank you, honorable members. You may lower your hands. I now invite members who wish to abstain to raise their hands.
Macy Kennedy, my hand is raised. I can't raise my hand against. I'm voting against.
I'm not on against, I'm on abstinence. I'm still coming to against. Honorable Kennedy. Thank you very much. There's no hand. Those who are voting against the vote, the bill.
Macy Kennedy again against. I can't raise the hand.
Thank you, Honorable Kennedy. We've noted your objection. Thank you very much, honorable members. You may lower your hands, and accordingly, the voting has closed. I'm just still waiting for our front table to tally the numbers for us. Thank you very much. I do have the results in front of me. Those who voted in favor, they are 41, and those who voted against are 10, and there were no abstainings. Honorable delegates, the bill is agreed to in terms of Section 75 of the Constitution. Thank you so much. Honorable delegates, that then brings us to the end of the business, and we wish to thank the permanent delegates, the MECs, the special delegates, as well as SALGA representatives for availing themselves for the plenary. As you would know that we've just adopted the third quarter program of the NCOP. I just want to reiterate the decision that has been taken by the House to say that we are fully virtual in all the business of the NCOP in the next quarter. So this is not a surprise that we had this virtual sitting. There's nothing amiss, there's nothing untoward, and we want to thank you for the discipline that you always display in making sure that you represent the people of South Africa with commitment, vigor, and diligently. Having said that, we thank you and appreciate your time. The sitting stand adjourned.
Thank you, Chair.
Recording stopped.
Thank you, Chair.
Good, Chair.
Chair.